Hello gang, welcome to the stream. This is as always the Adrel show. So for today's stream, as you guys may have noticed from the fact that we have our level 20 Twink up on the screen, we are going to be doing another round of 10 to 70 speed leveling. For this stream instead, what we're going to do is we're going to try an alternative method, and I do actually want to give credit to the original person who, or at least the first person I saw who posted this was Jordan, Lo-Fi Banshee on Twitter, and they posted this back on June 3rd, so early remix days, and basically they're the ones who seems to have figured out this method. I think WoW had also cited them, and so I do want to give credit here. But actually in their original post, they mentioned that they did it on a mage, I believe, which helped a lot, which worked really well for them. Of course, I decided to try it out on a monk, and I've been pretty happy with the results so far. Now, in their original post, they actually mentioned two different methods. Option A, which is what we're going to be trying today, and I'll come back to in a second, or option B, which is the more min-max approach. And option B, just to recap, in case you guys didn't catch that stream or didn't see the video on demand, is that basically you do heroic dungeons boosted, like you use the level 20 Twink to boost your characters through heroic dungeons until level 25, at which point you run normal Mogushan vaults, after which you hop back into heroic dungeons until level 35, then you do a normal Heart of Fear, then you go back into heroic dungeons, I think about 2 or 3, and then you do normal Terrace of Endless Springs, and then you basically open up all of the loot items in your mailbox. Now, through this, we use a couple of different add-ons to make sure that even when we loot bosses, the only thing we loot is everything except for these bonus experience items that drop off the dungeon and raid bosses. Not so much of an issue for the heroic dungeons because the characters that we're boosting are just going to be parked at the entrance of the instance while our Twink runs through and kills everything, and then they just get everything directly in the mailbox. For the raids, however, we do want to actually loot the bosses, because they drop threads that give you plus 7% XP bonus to your cloak. So that means all sources of XP now give you 7% bonus experience. And so presumably you would get some additional benefit from that. The only thing to note, though, is that the main thing, again, we don't want to loot is the bonus experience. We want to loot that all at the very end once we have the maximum possible amount of threads on our cloak, so that those bonus experience tokens power level us basically from around 41, 42 to 70 in just a couple of minutes, and we did it on the stream the other day as well. That said, when I did it the other day, I wasn't moving as quickly as I probably could have if I really wanted to min-max everything. And of course I do multi-box, and so we did 2 characters during that time. The reason we're doing this is a couple of things. The whole reason that we wanted to get as many characters from 10 to 70 as possible. The first, that is potentially relevant for a lot of people still, if you haven't gotten all of the remix rewards, that's the mounts, the toys, the ridiculous amount of transmog that's available, then having all of the bronze that you get from leveling a character to level 70, which is around 40,000 gold that Blizzard gives you through just quests that you pick up at, I believe it's level 50, 60, and 70 is the 3 quests, and at each of those milestones you get quests that give you, I think it's 3,000, 7,000, and then 30,000. So 3,000 when you hit level 50, 7,000 when you hit level 60, and 30,000 when you hit level 70. So A, it's a great bronze farm, because if we're able to get this done in around 2 or 3 hours, right, that works out to around 20,000 bronze an hour roughly per character that we're boosting, plus whatever bronze you get from scrapping all of the gear and the gems and the other items that you get that you don't really need. Because they're going to be pretty low level once you're level 70, and also from the character that's doing the actual boosts, you will get some bronze there and a whole bunch of gear and some other stuff as well. What we're going to be, so we did option B the other day, and it took us about 3.5 hours. Like I said, I wasn't really min-maxing as much as I probably could have been, but all the same, what we want to do is we want to see if it's a little bit more efficient if we instead get these characters to level 42. I know it mentions level 22 here, but I think that's just a typo because it doesn't really make sense. But I think what we're going to do is basically take these characters to about level 41 or 42 in heroic dungeons completely, get all of our heroic dungeons out of the way, so we're just bang knocking out heroic dungeon after heroic dungeon. I will talk about the level 20 Twink in a second and why I feel that's even more efficient than using a level 70 character. But we're going to bang out all of the dungeons, and then we're just going to find one group with a whole bunch of 476 characters and blast through all these raids one after the other. What happened last time is we actually spent a lot of time filling a group for normal Mogushan vaults, right? And it took a while to fill that group. We weren't as selective. We did take a lot of lower level characters, lower level and lower eye level characters as well in those groups. So these groups ended up taking quite a bit longer, which definitely slowed down our overall leveling time. And again, because we had to find 3 separate groups, that added a lot more time to the entire 10 to 70 run. My hope is that what we'll do is once we hit level 42, all we'll do is just find a sort of a normal world tour group. We'll create a normal world tour group and see how many eye level people we can get. But in doing that, we will basically have to assemble fewer groups, right? We should ideally just have one group. Best case scenario, we have one group with a whole bunch of 476s that just blast through all of these dungeons in about half an hour at most, and then we can open our mail and ding level 70. Worst case scenario, we probably have to replace a couple of people between each of these raids, which is generally how it goes with the world tours in my experience. But even so, I think it should still save us more time in the grand scheme of things. Now, the other reason we want as many level 70 characters as possible during MoP Remix is because we want to be able to, we want to have as many alts as possible for the War Within. What we've looked at during the beta and what's come out through the alpha, and also Blizzard's explanations of how the concentration system is going to work, is that alt armies are going to be extremely powerful. We did also do a little test to see how long it takes between when you accept the quest for the War Within and when you can get your professions trained and start leveling them on alt characters in the War Within on the beta, and it didn't take us more than about 5 or 10 minutes per character to get them through the introductory quests and get them to the point that they can make it over to Dornigal, which is the new capital city, and learn the War Within professions. And presumably at that point, as long as we just mail them all the materials they need to level their trade skills, they can already start crafting things, start running cooldowns if they're doing alchemy or tailoring, or we haven't gone through all the professions, so there may be other professions that also benefit from cooldowns. But the biggest thing is going to be the concentration, right? Each character has 500 concentration per trade skill per character. And that is going to be extremely, extremely powerful, because basically the way concentration works is it's the replacement for inspiration, but it's a fixed amount. So let's say the pool on the beta at least is 500 concentration per trade skill per character. So what that means is, let's say you have a gap of 20 skill points between the mats you're using, so basically the maximum amount of skill that you can get from all sources, whether that's mats, whether that's professional equipment, whether that's basic skill, or that's your talent points. If you have, let's say, a 20 point skill, you have a 20 skill gap between the highest skill that you can get on crafting something and the amount of skill you need to craft it at the maximum quality, you can use up 20 of those concentration points to guarantee the highest quality or the next quality. Now what that means is, of course, each alt you have, if I have only one character on which I'm leveling, let's say tailoring, right? I can only do, let's for simplicity's sake say that we need to use up 100 concentration to guarantee the rank of the item that we want. We would need 100 concentration in order to guarantee it at the next quality level, right? If we only have one character, that's only 5 crafts per lockout. I'm not entirely certain how fast concentration regens. I need to test that out a bit more on beta to have a clearer answer for you guys, but they are also reworking, like they are constantly updating the trade skills and the professions in the beta. So at this stage, it probably doesn't make too much sense to look at it with too much depth, but fundamentally the point still stands, right? If we have 5 alts that have tailoring, we can then craft 25 in the same, like 25 of those items at max quality within the same period. So it is really, really beneficial to have as many level 70 characters as we can. We have leveled a grand total, I think at this point, of around 6 or 7 characters. I want to do a bunch more. We took a first look at tailoring alone, and for tailoring alone, I could see the case be made to have 4 tailoring alts, right? Have tailoring on 4 different characters. Um, and that's not just for the cooldowns. Ideally, we would have even more tailors than 4 so that we could, use the cooldowns on even more characters. So it really is going to be a case if you're sort of an industrialist goblin, I think is how I would describe it, like me, where I want to have an alt army and I want to just churn out as many crafts as possible. Having a whole bunch of alts is going to be super, super useful. Now, that said, um, the reason I think using a level 20 alt is a little bit more OP is a couple of, well, we have a couple of reasons. A level 20 alt, you don't need to actually even have a paid WoW subscription. You don't even need to have paid Blizzard any money. You could actually do this with a completely free account. It would take you a little bit longer because having a first character that's level 70 in the remix and that has unlocked the cloak achievements gives you a little bit of a buff to your starting cape. But honestly, with the way that scaling works for level 20 characters, it doesn't make that much of a difference. So even if you don't have an active WoW subscription, or even if you don't even have a WoW account, you've never bought World of Warcraft and you want to try it out, I would still recommend um, running a level 20 Twink through all the content because it is just super fun. Um, so uh, yeah, I think that a level 20 Twink is a lot better because in doing that, I can then run 2 of my actual accounts um, and level 2 characters at a time without including on my main account. Whereas if I was to use a max geared level 70 Twink, we would have to you would have to grind out all the bronze to max out the gear on a level 70, which you don't need to do on a level 20 because you get the highest eye level possible from all of the heroic dungeons that we're running. The other issue is that the scaling is still not that great. You basically have to invest a lot more time into getting a level 70 character that can blast through heroic dungeons as quickly as a level 20 Twink can, as well as the fact that you can instead use the account on which you're paying that sub for to level another character, which just seems a little bit more efficient in terms of time and energy and return on investment. All right, so let's come out of our nice little display there. We've picked up all the quests for the daily quests for all the rewards, and this is the monk that we're going to be using to power level everything through. I've basically just stacked crit and versatility. Honestly, with the amount of power that I have, I probably don't need to bother. This character has a pretty hefty cloak for a level 20. As you can see, we've been doing a bunch of heroic dungeons. We've run a lot of different things on this character. We've done quite a few of the achievements and got a bunch of threads. But I also did that before they buffed thread counts. So now threads reward 3 times as many stats as they did when I did the bulk of the runs on this character. So you would be able to catch up a lot quicker. Now we are capped, I believe, on this character at the maximum possible movement speed. Let me see if I can find that. Yep. So the movement speed that you can get directly as a character in the sort of cap on movement speed is 49%, which is as you can see, we have 137 speed, which is keeping us at 49%. If we drop this, I think we're still at 49%, so we can actually unsocket some of these speed gems and still be at 49%. I think we can actually remove all of our speed gems and still be at the cap here, and that's purely from our cloak, right? We don't have any more speed gems on here. The balance of the speed that we have is coming from our um, um, from the fact that we're a monk. I'm not sure if any of our talents are giving us speed here. I believe 1 or 2 of them should be doing that, which is, I believe, why we are above 49%, because I think we have something else coming from somewhere else that's giving a speed boost. You could run it as a wind. You could also, run a level 20 Twink as a Windwalker because you do get a speed buff from there as well. I just find that queuing as a tank is a bit quicker and it's a little bit better experience for those of us, for the people who we're running with, because I think it's a little bit I feel like it feels a little weird if you're queued as a DPS and then you're running ahead of the tank and pulling everything and blasting through the dungeon. I think it's just a bit of a better experience for the other players that we're running with if it's the tank that's actually pulling everything and grabbing all the aggro and everything. Um, On the level 20 Twink, we have purchased all of the different jewelry that you can get. So the neck piece, the trinkets, and the amulets, the trinkets and the rings rather. These were completed on a level 70. I think on a level 20, there's only one piece that you can get. These come from achievements that you get that are pretty trivial. Some of them are just for running scenarios. There's another one for running all of the raids on normal mode, which ideally you would do on your first character in any case. But they're not super critical. Honestly, the amount of stats that you get from your cloak alone on a level 20 is fairly significant. The gems are just because of the fact that we're looting a whole bunch of gems, and I haven't bothered to scrap all these, but that's extra bronze there as well. Now, as you can see, we don't have any shortage of gems on this character. Of course, you cannot trade on a trial account, which is what this character is on. That's why we're capped at level 20. But honestly, once you're running heroic dungeon, like the amount of heroic dungeons that we're going to be blasting through, and we may even do a couple scenarios for the daily quest, it really does not make a difference. You're going to pick up the gems super quick, and even if you don't want to wait until you get all the right gems, you can literally just come over to this gem procurement vendor and buy these asynchronized prismatic gems for 200 bronze each. We are going to get just monstrous amounts of bronze. They've buffed the amount of bronze that you get from catches as well by 2x. So gathering bronze is not going to be an issue at all on this level 20 character. I actually haven't had to buy any of the gems just because I've looted so many along the way. And as you can see, we have epic gems in all of the cases. And it really does not take that much. It does not take that many stats for this character to be super OP with the way that scaling works. Of course, most of the scaling is tuned around level 70 characters, and so I don't think Blizzard spent too much time really worrying that level 20 characters were going to be too OP, right? I don't think it's something that they're too worried about. All right, that said, we need to create the characters. I do have a couple of characters that I'd created previously with the intention of power leveling them, but I've already logged into them, and so they would have some rested XP. I don't think it would make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, but I wanted to not use those characters just so that we have a complete baseline and so that this is as realistic of a run as possible, something that you guys can go and do right after watching the stream, or you know, you don't have to do a lot of prep for. You can literally watch the stream and then go do exactly what I'm doing, um, presuming you have a level 20 Twink. If you don't have a level 20 Twink and you want me to do a video or a stream in which I level a brand new, where I start on a fresh level 20 Twink and sort of go through getting it set up, let me know in the comments or in chat, and I would be happy to put something like that together. All right. Now, I believe, let's see where we want to spend the rest of our points. We definitely don't want any more crit on this character. As you can see, we have 136% crit, right? Which doesn't really mean anything. We can't crit more than we strike, but 100% of our strikes are crits, and that's purely from our cloak. We don't have any crit on our gear, nor through our gems. So that leaves versatility and versatility, mastery, and haste that I don't think we're capped on. Let's try and see what happens if we add another versatility gem here. It looks like we are also versatility capped, right? We're at 126% versatility. Even when we remove gems for versatility, we're still staying at 126% versatility. We're completely capped on this character just from our gear and our cloak, primarily the cloak. Let's see what happens when we put more haste. It looks like we're not haste capped, so we can maybe put some more skill into haste there. It looks like we are mastery capped though, because this is staying at 134% even when we remove our mastery gem. So literally the only stat that we're gaining anything from is it looks like having 3 mastery gems is probably a good call. Leech doesn't make a difference. I honestly cannot kill this character if I try. Armor, again, nothing is hurting me. So probably we're just going to dump everything else into haste, because it looks like we are still getting some benefit from haste. I'm not sure if that's going to make much of a difference in terms of anything, really. It looks like we have used up all of our haste gems, though. Speed, we don't need. Presumably, we could take off some of these mastery items and probably take some of the mastery from some of the other items, but honestly, this min-maxing is completely pointless. It is not going to add anything of value. I'm going to socket some more legendary gems in here just for the health. Does it make a difference? No, but I just feel weird about running um, without having, you know, my gem slots fully filled out. For a level 20 Twink, I have found the best tinkers to be, first of all, using Chi-Ji. There's a couple of places where it gives you some additional movement speed. Killing mobs isn't difficult. Nothing. I've yet to encounter even a dungeon boss, heroic dungeon boss rather, that doesn't fall over in 3 hits of any of my spells. So we don't really need to bother using something like, let's say, Lifestorm or yeah, I think Lifestorm is the cheese that a lot of people are running in at max level. It really doesn't make a difference. Chi-Ji is the only one that gives us movement speed, which is why we're using it. You'll see when we go through the dungeons, it's useful in a couple of places just when I've already blown the cooldown on Roll, on Sprint, on Tiger's Lust. Um, and I want to move that a little bit quicker. Now, in terms of Tinker Gems, Quick Strikes is extremely powerful. We want to use Slay because this will just murder mobs. Victory Fire, we're killing mobs super quickly, so it helps that every time we slay one of them, they damage the others. And we want Wind Weaver primarily for the speed boost, but the haste buff isn't too bad either. Alright, so that is our level 20 Twink. We've picked up all of the quests. We've emptied out our bags for the most part. We can actually run over to... If we wanted to, we could run over to our bank and drop off all of this stuff just so our bags don't fill up, and that may be something that actually makes sense for us to do. I am going to see if I have learned the flight path on this character. Well, let's drag and ride over to the flight path, and we can do that while we're creating the characters that we're planning on boosting. Alright, I can never remember where the flight path is here. Let's open up our map real quick and see if we can't find it. I know there's a flight path somewhere around here. There we go. Alright, let's see if we have Shrine of Two Moons. I think we do have Learn. Alright, let's fly over there just to empty out our bags. It doesn't really make a difference where we park that character. Now, in terms of the characters that we're going to boost, a couple of considerations here. I do primarily play Horde, and until now, all of my character boosts have been, like all of the characters that I have leveled in Remix have been Horde characters. If you guys are interested, let me know and I will roll a level 20 Alliance Twink that we will use to level some of these Alliance characters. In an ideal world, we still have quite a bit of time left on Remix. I think we still have close to 2 months. Let's see here, 56 days and 4 hours. So there is a good chance that later on we will do this in any case. The reason that Alliance is attractive to me is because A, with warbands, we can trade goods between them super easily. You can already mail things between different characters, and so therefore, you know, having Alliance or Horde characters doesn't really matter too much. There are a couple things you can't do. I'm not sure if you can trade directly. I haven't really tried that out. But I know you can send mails between characters. I don't know if you can, I don't believe you can mail cross realm, but you can certainly mail between cross faction, you know, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. The reason that we would still want Alliance characters, the main reason is because Alliance characters have a lot more profession skill bonuses. So if we come down to the Gnome here, for instance, they get a boost to engineering, which means they get 5 bonus engineering skill points that no other race can get. In Dragonflight, this was actually super powerful for certain crafts in specific. They're very, very niche edge cases, and they don't make too much of a difference because eventually you're going to have enough skill points from your talent tree that it evens out in any case. It's literally, we're trying to min-max for maybe a week's worth of benefit. That's why I haven't bothered doing it just yet, because it doesn't make a world of difference, but it could make a slight difference, and especially early, like closer to launch, at 5 skill points is going to be worth a lot, right? Because that means you can save 5 concentration per craft. Again, not a huge amount considering we have a concentration pool of 500. It's going to be unlikely that that 5 concentration is going to add up significantly enough to make a difference, but it may help just a bit, and so that's why I would want at least one gnome to have engineering on. A Draenei for jewel crafting. Of course, my main is a jewel crafter, and that's where I'm going to be doing the bulk of my jewel crafting, but there may be some individual items that you know, that 5 skill bonus is does make enough of a difference to count, so we would want to have a Draenei for that. I don't believe Worgen get anything skinning skill. Don't really care too much about that. I don't gather much, so it's not really a focal point. Cooking, It could help. The way cooking works in general in the beta and in Dragonflight as well is basically the higher your skill is, the more output items you get for the same level of mats. Drakthir, of course, we can. I mean, both Panda and Drakthir don't really make a difference because we can run them on Horde as well, and we have a Panda on Horde that we've already that we've already leveled to level 70. I don't know why I keep saying raised. Um, I do speak a couple of different languages, and maybe that's why I'm just uh, mistranslating that into English for some reason, which is weird because English is my mother tongue. I've spoken English since I was born, so uh, it's what I speak the most, and yet I keep saying raise characters to level 70, but um, it is what it is. Now, Void Elf, don't really care too much about. There's no real profession bonuses here. Light Forged Draenei and Dark Iron Dwarves are kind of interesting because both of them have a bonus to blacksmithing. We may do one of each just for diversity, just so that we have different looking characters and so that we can unlock the mounts and the what do you call it, the class heritage armor. That's the word I'm looking for, heritage armor. We may do one of these each just for blacksmithing. It may be of use for some of the blacksmithing consumables like the what do you call it, the shield spikes, or some of not the armor kits. That's leatherworking drums or leatherworking. Some of the other consumables. I'm blanking on what the name of the item is that blacksmiths can create or craft in bulk. It may be useful to have those. Crafts faster. I mean, craft speed doesn't make a huge difference. There are potions that you can get for that. I'm guessing in early game they might be quite expensive, but presumably this would actually be more useful than having a portable forge. If it's your main character, I can understand that probably having a forge on demand would be useful. I think this is the better ratio. Crafting faster will just make things go a little bit quicker. Especially when the crafting speed potions are probably going to be pretty expensive early expansion. Cool Turan, ideally we would want to stack a couple of these guys because they get skill in all professions, right? Ideally you would want to have a Cool Turan with each profession. That may take a bit more grinding than we're willing to do, so we may not do that. We may use them a little bit selectively. Again, this is super min-max. It doesn't make a huge difference. Mechanome, personal crafting station, again, nice probably if it's your main because you can then keep checking crafting orders from wherever you are, but doesn't really make too much of a difference in terms of anything else. Now, coming to the Horde, we have leveled a Nightborn already. Nightborns get inscription bonus. We've leveled one. I think we were probably going to do another one, and actually, this is what I'm planning on running today, but I thought I'd just quickly go through the others as well. If you're planning on gathering, if you plan on running a miner, of course, High Mountain Tauren are a good choice there. We have leveled a High Mountain Tauren already. And gathering more meat and fish could be useful if you're planning on farming mats for cooking early on. This may be something that we actually do. Cooking is extremely powerful in every expansion. It's a great gold making profession that does not get enough attention. And early game, it seems like you're going to probably need a lot of meat and fish to power level cooking. We kind of took a character through on the beta on the stream the other day. You can go check out that video on my channel. But this, depending on what meat and fish prices look like early on, we may actually hop onto this character and go farm some meat and fish early expansion if we're able to find a good farming spot that sort of makes sense and the economics makes sense. Most likely not, but it could be a good source of early gold. Similarly, mining skill and speed increase will definitely help you with that. Maghar Orc, no real difference in terms of professions. Faster mount speed outdoors may help for a gatherer, but I don't know if it makes enough of a difference to really count. Zendalari Troll, no real benefit here. We've leveled a couple of these already to 70, just because I wanted one of each of these allied races for the Horde to unlock the what do you call it? The racial gear, the heritage armors. Not because I really care about transmog too much, but just because I thought it could be kind of fun. Volpera. So Volperas are super powerful for gold making, but more as a quality of life thing, right? They don't have any benefits to professions. They don't have any sort of like speed boost or anything like that. But there are two things that make them super powerful. The first is the 8 additional backpack slots are always nice for bank characters, especially. But the other thing that makes them really powerful is the make camp ability, right? So my thinking here is that for tailoring, for instance, there are 2 cooldowns that we will unlock in the War Within, similar to Dragonflight. One of the major reasons that I didn't do my tailoring cooldowns all the time on my character was because I have tailoring on a Death Knight, and so I would actually have to fly out to each of the different crafting points to complete my cooldowns, and then I'd hearth back to Valdraken and do everything else I needed to there. A lot of times I just could not be bothered to actually fly out. With something like make camp, I can just set my camp in front of the crafting bench, like wherever they need to do their tailoring cooldown, and we can use make camp to quickly port over there, get that cooldown done, and hearth back, right? Um, that's sort of it. It will save us time for alts, and that's why I've leveled a whole bunch of Volperas so far in Remix. Other profession benefits that we get, Orcs don't get anything, Undead I don't think have anything. Tauren get Herbalism, again, could be useful if you're planning on gathering, though I do think they're... Again, I don't gather much, so take everything I say in terms of gathering with a grain of salt, but I do think there is another race that's a little bit better for gathering, and I may be mistaken here, so if you are someone who spends a lot of time gathering, let me know in the comments if I've got this completely wrong. But I'll come to that when we reach the Drakthir. Trolls, no real profession bonuses. Blood Elves. Blood Elves get an enchanting skill increase, and this was actually super useful. My main character is a Blood Elf and an Enchanter. I don't believe I have leveled any other Blood Elves, unless I'm mistaken. I think actually, no, I take that back. I believe we have a Demon Hunter that is, of course, a Blood Elf, so we'll probably pick up Enchanting on this one, and we may use this character primarily for disenchanting. Our main has Enchanting on it. And we are going to, of course, spend a lot of time on enchanting there and really max out enchanting on that character. But probably on our Demon Hunter, we may take enchanting as well and focus primarily on building them up as like a disenchanting focus character. All right, coming back into this, goblins, of course, get bonus alchemy. Having a personal bank is nice, doesn't make a huge difference, but I would say definitely have at least one goblin at max level because they get a they get the best discount available on all items. What that means is if early game, early expansion, before we've leveled our renown to max level on some of these characters, we're not at exalted just yet. Goblins would still get a 20% discount. So if there are vendor mats that need to be purchased and you're buying them in sufficient bulk, it does make sense to buy them on your goblin. Things like flux for blacksmiths, right? Or potentially vials for alchemists. If you're going to buy 1,000, 2,000 of them, does it make a huge difference? No, but I mean, a 20% reduction in your costs can add up pretty quickly. All right. Pandaren we covered already. Drakthir. Now this is what one of the characters we're going to be leveling is a Drakthir. This go around, mainly because I actually haven't leveled an evoker yet. Even if you're not planning on taking an evoker through remix, I would say go ahead and craft one already. I want to actually level an evoker through the normal leveling path outside of Remix, but I'm going to wait until the pre-patch because we already know that they're going to nerf the amount of experience required to go from level 60 to 70. The issue is that in pre-patch, Drakthir evokers are going to start at level 10 like all other classes as opposed to at level 58. So what I would do is create a Drakthir evoker if you want to actually take them through the normal leveling experience. Go ahead and create that character now, log on once so that you start getting rested XP on that character, and then log out and level them the normal way through pre-patch. That said, right now I think ending today, Blizzard has a sale going on where basically for the equivalent of less than 2 months worth of game time, if you prepay, you get Dragonflight for free. And so I did that on my second account here, and that's why we are now able to level a Drakthir on this account. I don't want to take 2 Drakthirs manually through. I haven't played a Drakthir at all. So on this account, we are just going to use MoP Remix to level a Drakthir Evoker. But on this account, we are actually going to do another Nightborn because I'm probably going to want multiple scribes. We have inscription on a character that is currently an orc, I believe, so doesn't have any bonus skill there, but I have all my other, past expansions inscription leveled on that character, so we're going to keep inscription on that character. We have a second um, Nightborn character that we leveled to level 70 as well, so we can take inscription on them as well. But I haven't really taken too much of a look at inscription on the War Within beta. I don't think it's fully complete just yet, but we know that at the start of any expansion, generally Dark Moon cards are pretty solid. I've heard some different things about how they are in the War Within and that they may be less powerful, but it's still fairly early in terms of beta, and I have a feeling that they may sort of buff it closer to launch, and so it would make sense for us to have a couple of scribes. And given that there aren't really too many other bonus what do you call it, trade skill bonuses that we need, let's quickly go through. We have one blood elf, we have a goblin, although this is my tailor and leatherworker, so we don't really take advantage of the alchemy bonus there. We have an orc, we have a troll, we have a tauren, we have a Pandarin, we have another blood elf, we have a high mountain tauren, we have a Nightborn. We're going to put inscription on this character for sure. We have an Evoker. We have a Troll who is, these guys are at level 60, but we will level them up to 70 in the pre-patch. I don't believe we have any other characters as such. I think we need to level another Goblin on this account as well, so probably the next round. I do have a third leveling method that I want to try, which is basically that we run only dungeons. I will probably take them, I will probably level a Goblin for that. Okay, coming back to what we're actually going to be leveling today, we will do a Nightborn, and I think we're going to do a Death Knight. I haven't taken too many plate classes through the War Within just yet, and so I want to unlock some of the transmogs for that. And then, of course, on this account, like I said, we're going to be doing a Drakthir Evoker. Let's go ahead and just randomize names. If you are watching live and you want to give me a name suggested in the chat, go ahead, and if it's nothing offensive, we will go ahead and create a character with that name. I generally use random names for my character just because I'm not that creative, but I do like to try and keep them kind of short just so it's easier to type them in when I'm mailing mats or mailing trade goods between things. And Altaholic is an absolute lifesaver here because especially with this many alts. I mean, I had a lot of alts before, but with the amount that I have leveled through MoP Remix, it is going to be really hard to keep track of who's called what and where and whatever. And generally, I just randomize appearances until I find something that I can live with. Because we have the barbershop in game anyway that we can use to tweak things later on down the line. All right, I think this looks good enough. Let's go ahead and create this character. This one, I think we can do a little bit better. Let's do something a little bit more snazzy. Ooh, I do like the green. Idly, I think I'm gonna throw some actual gear on this character. Sheath, Scaleborn Tassets. Okay, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Nothing too fancy, but I don't want to be super plain either. No, I don't like the fins. What are we, aquatic? Okay, we'll do nothing there. Let's quickly throw some more gear on here. Chest Regal, yes, please. Let's do that. Regal, Aegis. Oh, I like the Regal. I don't think this makes much of a difference at all in terms of anything, and I know we can play around with it later on in the barbershop. I'm not sure if you can actually change the armor. Like I said, this is my first Drakthir Evoker, so maybe you can, and maybe I'm mistaken there, but I think you should be able to. Alright, let's change the visage form. Ideally, something a little bit greener, I think would look kind of good since we are a green dragon. Oh, that probably would have worked. Ooh, don't like that green. That looks like, kind of looks like grayscale. Let's see, is there Hair highlights, hair color green with red highlights. I think that kind of works. Although let's go with like a darker purple so that it sort of matches the tips of the wings there. Okay, looks like we are kind of limited skin color wise. Don't know that I love either of these mustaches. I want to do a beard, and not just because I have a beard in real life. Let's do pointed. I think that looks decent enough. Horn color, fine. Scale color. Here we go. Now we can make this look a bit more similar when we have both of our characters, and let's make the eye colors match as well. Let's do a sigil. Now let's just be jacked. Cinder, Smoke, Ash, Wrath. Looks a little grayscale-y. I'm not going to lie, that does look a little bit like grayscale. But anyway, we don't need to spend way more time on this. I don't love that name. Let's see if we can't get something a little bit shorter. Lishal, is that available? Lishala. There we go. I mean, all of these sound super made up in any case, because they are. All right, so we've gotten both of our characters created. I just want to double check that we don't have console port enabled. And I think we have another add-on called Move Any that is... Nope, see, this is the problem. Console port I like using sometimes, but we don't really need them on all of our characters at all times. The other one that has been messing my interface up a bit, which I think I deleted, so we may not actually have an issue with it at all. Yeah, it's called Move Any, and it likes to switch itself back on. Okay, is there any other add-ons that we need to toggle on or off? Okay, we'll do that in game because I do have profiles already set up for that. Let's move these characters up just because we are going to be taking them to level 70 within this stream. And I'm going to do a quick reload on this character. Is there anything else? Yeah, we wanted to clear out the bags of this character, so let's do that before we log in on the other characters and start queuing for... We want to get into heroic dungeons as quickly as possible so that we can minimize our slash play. And again, guys, I am planning on putting out a little YouTube short about this, but on every single character that you level in Remix, even if you don't level it, heck, every single character you create, what you want to do is you want to come over to the Shrine of Two Moons and unlock all of your bank slots. You will have more than enough gold to purchase all of the slots. The reason we're going to do that is your character, of course, by default comes with 36 slot bags. The thing is, you can actually come over to this vendor here called Ludwin. I believe it's got the same name for Alliance characters, who's right up here by the bank, and you can buy 7 more of these to fill out your bank slots. What that will do is give you an additional 262, I believe it is, bank slots, which is always super useful, right? Going into a new expansion, there's going to be a boatload of items, and with the warband banks, it's even easier to it's even easier to transfer items, and so having an extra 300, 290 is the total bank slots that you then end up with, is going to be really, really useful. You can just park all sorts of goods in here, or just mail things over to this character and park them in their mailbox. Of course, these characters get converted to regular characters once MoP Remix ends, and having an extra 280 slots to store things in is always going to be nice, right? I think that's more or less equivalent. I think that's slightly more than what you get in the Warband bank tabs. And the Warband bank tabs are going to be super expensive. So if you can have a character that you can just park all these items at, it's going to be that much more useful. All right, the reason we came over here was to drop off all of our Tinkers and our Cogwheels and the other meta gems that we have, just because we're not going to be swapping meta gems out or anything like that. We'll keep our regular gems out just so that we can convert them while we're running the dungeons or in between doing things. But we'll see what happens. All right, with that done, I think we should be more or less good to go. I think we can probably hearth on this character. I just like being parked in that starting area, and I think we can go ahead and probably log on to these characters and start the timer. Let me take a little stretch. Actually, I think I'm gonna take a quick Like 30-second break just before we really get into the thick of everything. Give me a second, guys. I will be right back. Jesus Christ, I just realized I've been talking on mute this absolute entire time, so I'm terribly sorry there, guys. I don't think any of the audio was captured for that, which is a dang shame because I have been talking a whole bunch. I will try to recap anything that may be relevant. Actually, no, let's leave the queue. We are going to quickly complete these quests on both of these characters since we're right here and since these caches don't really cost us anything. Oh no, why do we have a server reset? Oh geez, okay, that's not great. So servers are shutting down in 8 minutes. I just realized I completely mistimed it and did not realize that we have a server reset. So, okay, that's not great. That is not great. Why is looting not working on these guys? Do we just have too many add-ons that are okay? And so this is one of the add-ons that we have, which is called No XP Loot. And what it'll do is it'll allow you to loot everything except for the XP threat for anything that has experience in the title. And we will go ahead and do that for this boss as well. And then I think we may actually have to log out. We can probably get another dungeon done before servers shut down, but that's kind of annoying. We're not going to loot the threads just because I want to I do want to minimize how much RNG is a factor in this. Okay, that's kind of annoying. I think this timer will reset. So we will have to just go off of /played. We won't be able to look at everything nicely in the interface itself, which is kind of annoying for the speed run, but hey, it's just a manual calculation that we'll have to do instead, which shouldn't be too bad. Looks like we didn't quite turn in both of these quests. I am going to log out so that we don't have a goofy amount of /played on these characters. Let's leave the instance group, and you know what? Maybe we can just get them in position to where we want them for everything else that we need to do. Oof, yeah, that is not great. I'm not super happy about that. Speak to attorney. Okay, let's go through just some of this RP nonsense since we can get those done before server reset in any case. That also means our bronze per hour tracker isn't going to be super updated. I'm super bummed. I'm super sorry about this, guys. But hey, it looks like I didn't have audio on most of the stream in any case, so it looks like everything was just set up to fail. I've been a little bit under the weather the past day or two, so I'm going to chalk it up to that being the reason why I didn't realize that these things were going to be issues, and I didn't realize that my microphone wasn't on. Yeah, so potentially a wasted stream for some of you, but hopefully it's not completely pointless. The annoying thing is that I had the microphone muted in OBS, so so it's not even like it was recording it or anything like that. Do we have passenger mounts? Which is a passenger mount? We have Vial of the Sandstone Drake. Let's add that to our toolbar here, and we should put a Dragonflying mount on there as well. I cannot wait until Dragonflying, the multi-person Dragonflying mount is available directly in the dragon riding interface itself. I love that it tells you that you're only going to unlock the dungeon finder after you turn in that quest, and actually it's available right from the jump. Alright, I don't know why I can't minimize pets on this. We have 4 minutes and 15 seconds. I think that's long enough to complete that first quest where we just go downstairs and shoot some cannons at some of these characters. Or is it up here? No, I think we do have to go downstairs on the ship and complete that cannon quest. Probably worth just taking a couple of minutes to do. I don't think it is the most efficient XP per hour or per minute, but it takes literally like 30 seconds to do because we just spam this button and destroy a bunch of these mobs. And actually both of our characters are getting quest credit for it, so we don't even have to do it twice. We can literally just do it on one character and turn it in on both, which is a nice W for us. Spam buttons, kill mobs, kill allies. 1 and 2 spam. Probably we could do it even quicker if we were doing it on both characters, but I don't think we need to min-max to that level. All right, and we are done. Let's go quickly turn in the quest on both of these characters. Let's put this guy on follow just so it's a bit easier. And as always, of course, when I'm multi-boxing, I don't use any sort of programs or add-ons like to speed this up. I'm manually alt-tabbing and manually clicking on each of these windows. So it is completely within the terms of service. Of course, I wouldn't be doing anything that doesn't comply with the terms of service just because that's not what we're trying to do here. I should ideally fly through those bronze orbs because it will give you bonus bronze and bonus threads, but like I said, I'm trying to keep this as clean of a run as possible and minimizing what sorts of things I'm doing. All right, we want to get these characters over here to where that infinite growth quest is. I don't think we have the flight paths learnt on these characters. No, we don't. But there should be a portal somewhere. Maybe it's down here. I think there's a portal down here. Let's quickly do both of these quests. That should also give us a Noswinds. We could actually just use the Noswinds vouchers, to be honest, to port us to the Infinite Bazaar. Let's skip the dragon riding tutorial. We will actually go through this portal real quick, just so that we can come over to the dragon riding trainer. Not this one. This is the one we need, and we have a minute 45 before we need to log out. So let's come over here. This is the guy, and we want to click on the second option just to enable multi-person passenger mounts on this. That said, we don't want to get any more rested than we absolutely need. Let's use the Noswind portals real quick. That'll get us to the Infinite Bazaar, and then hopefully we can manually log out before the server kicks us off. So, okay, and we're here. Let's camp on both of these characters, and we have a minute left, and it's going to take us 17 seconds to log out, so hopefully we can log out before the server goes down. And I cannot believe I absolutely missed this message. I do remember seeing this yesterday, actually. Ooh, it looks like servers are going to be down for about 2.5 hours, so we'll come back and stream probably closer to that time. So keep an eye out for the stream closer to that time. But hey, we got to level 17 in I think about 10-15 minutes. Yeah, not super happy about that. I do wonder if the beta servers are down. Maybe the stream doesn't need to be a complete waste if we're still able to play the beta for a bit. Maybe we can log over to the beta. Let's go ahead and exit all of our instances of WoW here. This character we can just exit now, since the server is going to kick us off in any case. I'm hoping it is a shorter server maintenance than usual today, just so that we can come back and actually take those characters to 70. I was really keen on doing that, so I'm pretty bummed that we're not able to do that. I don't know if these servers will also be down. It is showing this notification here on the beta page as well, so it probably means that all the servers are down. And I think generally when Blizzard takes the servers down, they do take down all of the servers, so presumably that would include the beta servers. But hopefully I'm wrong and the beta servers still stay up for whatever reason. For now it looks like they are still up. Alright, so I am going to take a quick break. It does look like the beta server is up for now. Hopefully it doesn't kick us off in a second here, but I am going to leave you guys with this lovely warband interface, and we can take off the black box here because we're not going to be multi-boxing this. All right, guys, give me a second. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and look at some stuff on the beta. I have maxed out one of my characters on enchanting, so we'll take a look at that. I did try and copy over one of my remix characters as well. That's this one here. But it looks like for whatever reason, Remix is also enabled on the beta, so the character hasn't like converted over. I was hoping that if I copied it over to the beta, I'd be able to see how we're going to receive our final characters, like what gear are they going to get, what are they going to keep the bags, what inventory items are they going to keep. But it looks like they just literally copied it over as a remix character, and so that character, as you can see from the little time clock thing here, still only has access to remix stuff, but in the World of Warcraft beta, so I'm not really sure what the point of that is. All right, let me take a quick break and I'll be right back, and I will make sure to switch my mic back on this time. Okay, and we're back. And this time the mic is correctly on. Double check that. All right, let's get cracking here. So, like I said, unfortunately, the remix character is still locked to remix only content, even on the beta. These are the two other characters that I've been tinkering around a bit with. This is the character that we took into. We are on Illyria realm, so this is the leveling realm. Um, we weren't really able to level super high just because there weren't a bunch of mats available in the auction house. I think for now what we're going to do is just quickly swap back to these, go to 11 realm. This is the realm on which you can create level 80 characters. I don't think I can copy a character on here, so unfortunately we can't actually go into any of the war within zones on these characters, but we can play around with the professions and sort of see how this works. And what I thought was interesting here was they do also give you an item that allows you to max out your knowledge points so you can see what the best case scenario, so what our characters are going to look like once they're maxed out, right? Presumably, well, hopefully rather this time they don't leave something in the game like the dirt farms at the start of Dragonflight that allowed characters who were just no lifing the game to very sweatily fly around, gathering dirt and picking up dragon shards, which allowed them to basically max out their professions before anyone else, which gave them a huge advantage. Hopefully there's nothing like that, and hopefully there isn't like the art. There were a bunch of fairly significant exploits. I'm going to call them exploits because that's what I feel they were at the start of Dragonflight. Hopefully, with the larger beta that they're doing this time around, and with I want to say it's a longer beta than they've done in the past as well, we don't have too many of those that really grind down sort of the fun that's available from professions early in the game. I think the new profession systems that they've implemented since Dragonflight have been so amazing. I think the biggest downside to professions at launch in Dragonflight was the fact that there were a bunch of exploits that people were able to take advantage of. It took Blizzard a while to fix them, and then they didn't roll back characters or anything like that, which I really wish that they would do more of. Given how they reacted to some of the characters doing things like frog farmings, which wasn't strictly speaking an exploit, that was very much something that was a part of the game, but they did actually roll characters back for it. I think they were a bit spotty in how they implemented it, but hopefully that means that if there are any exploits that do make it through the beta, they do get patched pretty quick in the War Within, and they do rollbacks so that we are all on a level playing field, right? That's the goal. I want to make more gold than than anyone else. Just like all of us do, but I want to do it in a way that's still competitive and still feels like fun, as opposed to I got lucky because I found out about a bug in the system and took advantage of that before anyone else. That said, hopefully it will take us quite a few months even before we are able to have a character that looks like this, fully maxed out on any trade skill. This is enchanting. I wanted to take a look at what happens when we do fully max out. The reasons for this are twofold. One, if in case there are any characters that are able to find a sweaty way of grinding out all their knowledge points and getting a huge head start on everyone else, how much of an advantage does that really give them? I wanted to figure out that. Of course, they will have a significant advantage, but just how much of an advantage is it? And does it mean that they can still outcompete someone who isn't spending as much time on the game, whether or not they're exploiting, just someone who maybe isn't able to do the profession quests on all of their characters or for all of their professions every single week? How much of a disadvantage does that really put you at? And so we maxed out both our skill level as well as our knowledge points here. I did also try and raise some crafting orders for the profession gear. We'll see if we have all the profession gear in our mailbox. If we don't, we may actually quickly hop onto another character and send them a crafting order for our profession gear to see what the absolute best would be. So it looks like we got the Enchanter's Crystal, but we still need the Weavercloth Enchanter's Hat. We do have tailoring on this character. I don't think we bothered to max it out, or did we? Oh, no, we did. We maxed out tailoring on this character as well. If you want a bit more of an in-depth look at the different tailoring nodes and sort of how this is built out, this is bugged for me for some reason. I can't put points into belts despite the fact that I have knowledge points and that I have maxed out all of the prerequisites for it. I think it's just a beta bug. I wonder if I can actually report that. I think F6 is the button through which to do that. Probably bears mentioning to it's probably worth reporting the issue to the belts node in tailoring, despite maxing out the prerequisites and having enough knowledge points. I am trying to report everything I can on the beta in the hopes that they do actually fix some of these buggy things. But it looks like we don't actually have to wait for someone to fill our crafting order for the last item here, because we can actually craft it for ourselves. Now, I believe this enchanting, the Null Stone Rod, which is almost certainly a bugged item here. Let's go into recraft equipment and let's select our epic tool here and let's max this out. We need storm dust. Where do we get storm dust? We need 75 of them. Storm dust, is that's an enchanting mat, so we can just come over to our, does this guy have, yeah, there we go. Let's just buy 1,000 of that. As I mentioned, this is the realm on which we can we can just buy mats off of the vendor for everything and really tinker around with all of our equipment. Why are we not maxing out? Why aren't we getting, we're investing concentration and it says we need 2 concentration. It looks like it should be more than that, to be honest. Ideally, the concentration should be getting us to a guaranteed rank 5, but for some reason it isn't, which is kind of strange. I wonder if that's also a bug. I'm gonna go ahead and report that as well, because it definitely does seem to be a bug. Yeah, that's definitely a bug, because the way it's supposed to work is that we're supposed to apply the concentration that we need. I think it's because it's only giving, for some reason, it's only using up 2 concentration. I think that's because we probably have knowledge points invested that reduce the amount of concentration that we need to bridge this gap. Probably if we didn't have our knowledge points fully invested, it would take the full 6 knowledge points, this full 6 concentration that we need to actually max this out. Let's try recrafting it just once more, if in case that changes anything. Nope, unfortunately, even with max quality mats and with using concentration, it's not even using up the concentration. Our concentration is remaining at full. In any case, let's craft our tailoring. Let's use our tailor to craft the last profession gear we need. Although we don't have this recipe unlocked and we can't go into the, we can't actually go to the City of Threads because it ports us out. I'm not sure if that's working as intended. I think that probably is. They probably do not want us playing around too much in the main game as max level characters, unless we actually level out a character, right? I'm really hopeful that they change that at some point in the beta so that we can test out all the end game stuff without having to spend the 8 or 12 hours or whatever it takes to level a character from 70 to 80. I think that's roughly what it's taking most people. I may do that at some point. Let me know in the comments or in chat if you want to see me take a character from 70 to 80. That said, I'm more so interested in just tinkering around with professions. I was just trying to see if there is a vendor that can actually sell that to us. I don't think anyone can actually craft that for us. Unfortunately, we can't get the blue version of this tool done on this realm at least, which seems like an oversight, but maybe it's not, and maybe that is working as intended, or maybe they just intend for us to be able to do that later on in the expansion. Also because we wouldn't be able to level fishing on this character, presumably, if we can't go into any of the new zones. And if any of you have figured out an actual working intended way for us to be able to port to the new zones, let me know. I did try the Orgrimmar portal that's in the portal room, but it just gives me a debuff and ports me right back to Orgrimmar in about 10 seconds, so it's not really long enough to be able to actually do anything there. I think this realm is primarily intended for us to test out the delves and to test out the dungeons. Now, it's allowing us to only queue for the Frost Lord Ahun, however you pronounce that. It looks like we can do random dungeons or heroics. I'm guessing heroics would be pretty tough, though. Well, of course we can do heroics because this is a level 80 character. We may do some follower dungeons. Again, let me know in chat or in the comments if you want me to test out some follower dungeons and see how good those are for leveling. Because I have some ideas for how I may use that to level some of my characters. In a manner similar to what we're doing with MoP Remix, with like utilizing multi-boxing and doing it that way. But I haven't fully decided if I'm going to get the War Within on my second account. I think I most likely will. I'm leaning towards doing that. but we haven't done that just yet. All right, that said, let's get into it. So for tailoring, um, as we saw the other day, it doesn't look like they have really completed this. It looks like it is a bit. It looks like they have fixed the actual mat costs, which is good for us because this should allow us to have more realistic estimates of how expensive these items are going to be to craft. When we did the first look on our stream the other day, um, all of the recipes that we had for tailoring required the exact same mats, which definitely seemed like that wasn't how they intended it to be. Also because these crafted materials didn't require artisans acuity, the crafting gear, which definitely seemed kind of like a bug. We did also look at how many knowledge points you can get just from trainer recipes, assuming you're able to pick up mats cheap enough. And I think probably day one, day two, like the first week, mat prices are going to be all over the place. So if you want to sort of gather, then going into this tree, of course, I did a very detailed look at each of the trees, each of the nodes, each of the skill, what the bonuses are at each of these skill points, like each of these 5 points in, which it doesn't look like the trees changed too much. So I'm glad that video wasn't completely a waste of time, and all the things I said would still hold true. My recommendations as to what items I think are going to be big sellers at the start hold true as well. So I'm not going to spend too much time going into that. If you're interested in that, definitely take a look at at the video on my YouTube channel for that, or on I think it should be still available on Twitch as a video on demand. I think I need to add timestamps just to make that a little bit easier and to clarify things a bit as well. And I am also planning on editing a shorter video that sort of summarizes some of the key takeaways from that, maybe a little bit easier now that we actually have mat costs against each of these. And these do look like what I would expect to see on the live realms, right? This is the sort of amount of mats and the types of mats that we would expect for each of these items. So I'm glad to see that tailoring did get all their things done. Of course, Sparks of Omen, I don't think we're going to have our first week. We may only get them in the second week. I think once the season starts is when we'll start getting our Sparks. So these aren't going to be super useful in week one. Certainly if you have early access, it's not going to be of much use. But in either case, this isn't a great character. Like, this character isn't really designed to look at what's possible in the first couple of weeks of this character. As I said, I mainly want to see how much of an advantage you have by maxing out all of your knowledge points. We have not learned this recipe, and that's because, of course, the belts are the ones that we don't is the only place that we can't put our points. All right, let's do some of these crafting orders. I just want to see if we apply concentration. So this would, let's say they've given us rank 2 mats. Because we're only guaranteeing rank 4, it looks like that's why it's only costing us 4 concentration. Now for 5,000 gold, it will really depend. I'm sure that something like Craft Sim is probably going to be updated to tell us exactly what our return on concentration is. So how much gold are we getting per point of concentration? We could probably use that to figure out where we should allocate our concentration, because it is a limited reagent. Of course, we do have Ingenuity, which is a new stat that's supposed to basically replace inspiration. I don't know why inspiration still shows up on the interface. I think they just not bothered to remove it yet, but you'll see this ingenuity here. And what ingenuity does is basically it has a chance to refund your concentration. And the main way you'll get ingenuity is you can have it on your tool. I don't have my tailoring tool here, but on our enchanting tool, you can see we have 110 points of ingenuity, which should give us 11% bonus ingenuity, 11% bonus ingenuity. That's what I wanted to say. So basically, every time we use up concentration on any craft for this, we have a 19% chance here to have it refunded. I do want to see if hidden skill value does play a part here. So let's try doing a handful of these crafts, and basically if hidden skill value exists, we would expect to see some of these proc as rank 3. If it doesn't, then we would only get rank 2s because of the fact that we don't have inspiration that can give us bonus skill. I suspect that they may have also done away with hidden skill value, which was one of the main reasons why we would want to have professions on characters that got the bonus skill from their racial bonuses. But let's try a little, let's try maybe like 100 of these and see at a large enough skill sample. Ideally, if hidden skill value did exist, we would have already seen us proc a level 3, but that hasn't happened. Now, interestingly, this is saying that we need 0 concentration to guarantee. So I'm not sure how that works. I'm assuming that's some sort of a bug, and presumably we would still need at the bare minimum. I think they probably just forgot to set a minimum value of 1. And probably the knowledge points we have invested are keeping it from, are just rounding it down to the point that it's rounding down the amount to make it 0. Yeah, so that may be what's going on, but it's not realistic that we're going to have anything that we can use 0 concentration at to guarantee rank 3s of in week 1, other than some very low level items. I think that's probably enough. I do want to see if we do apply concentration, which means we guarantee a rank 3. What was that item called? Mirror powder. If we do use this, it's saying it's going to use 0 concentration. Let's see if it does actually cost us any concentration here to guarantee the rank 3s. Presumably we'll run a couple of these to see if so it looks like it is genuinely using up 0 concentration. Again, this isn't realistic for the first couple of weeks to potentially months for some of these recipes, just because we're not going to be able to get that many knowledge points. I presume it's going to be like Dragonflight, where the first week or 2 of any character, there's a bunch of different sources of knowledge points. You have the treasures, presumably you have profession weekly quests, presumably you also have crafting order quests. I wonder if they're going to give us knowledge points from doing NPC craft orders, because that's also a new feature that's coming in the War Within. Okay, I think we did a bunch of these and we saw that it's not using any concentration. I am assuming that is most likely a bug, but I'm not certain. The NPC craft orders, I haven't been able to see any craft orders from NPCs on either this character or on other characters. I'm not sure if it's impacted by the renown, or maybe you need to do quests for certain NPCs to unlock crafting orders from them. I am really hopeful that the NPC crafting orders are going to be at a character level, so that you're not competing with everyone else for these NPC crafting orders. Otherwise, they're going to be somewhat pointless. I think it may make them, it may get rid of the actual usefulness of them, just because it's still going to be very similar to the public crafting order system, which is basically whoever isn't on cooldown for the orders remaining, and whoever is just no-lifing it, being online all the time to sort of snipe them, being at the crafting window and hitting refresh constantly, is probably going to be the person who gets the majority of the crafting orders. So I'm hoping that the NPC crafting orders are different on that. That said, one interesting thing is this Shatter Essence spell that we learn as enchanters. I don't recall where we pick it up. I don't remember if it's from the professions or whatever. It does give you a bonus to your crafting stats. It gives you 45 bonus resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multi-craft. Those can all make a huge difference. The interesting thing is that it seems to give you the same buff regardless of what you shatter. So I'm sure early on we will be able to figure out what market prices are and which of these items are the cheapest for us to shatter. Presumably something like crystalline powder, which I'm guessing gatherers would get a whole bunch of. I haven't really tested out gathering too much, so I can't really give a definitive answer here. Presumably this should be widely available crystalline powder. It sounds like it's created when people are harvesting herbs and ore. So hopefully the price for this should come down and this may be the cheaper one. But Viridescent Spores, I think, are also a gathered material. Leyline Residue is, I believe, one of the enchanting mats, so as enchanters we may get a whole bunch of that. None of these seem to be BOP or anything like that, so we would just pick these up on the auction house. But presumably, as enchanters now, this will become a part of our rotation for crafting. Like, you will want to... Hey, Simple, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yes, I am recording as well, but I'm also just... chatting with anyone who joins the stream as well. So we're just in the War Within beta right now. We're going through professions. We're looking at enchanting and tailoring. How's your day going? Are you playing remix? Are you playing retail? Are you playing any of the classic versions? I feel like these days there's so many different versions of WoW that simply asking someone if they play WoW isn't really doesn't really narrow it down. There's so many different experiences going on. That there's just so much content, and I absolutely love it because ooh, okay. So are you in Dragonflight or are you playing remix? You said retail, so I'm guessing you mean Dragonflight. Okay, good stuff. I would say probably playing. Is this your first time playing WoW in general? Because what I would say is that probably your first character, you want to level the regular way, go through the entire leveling experience and so forth. But if you're planning on the if you're planning on leveling a bunch of alts, WoW Remix is an amazing opportunity to do that. So probably once you have your main character up to level 70, it's probably worth hopping over into Remix and leveling a character in WoW Remix as well. At the end of the Remix event, that character will convert into a regular level 70, and it's a lot quicker. Your first Remix character probably will take you a little bit longer, but actually what we were doing on the stream until the servers went down was power leveling characters through WoW Remix. And if you get one of your characters to level 70 in WoW Remix, it's actually super easy to get other alts leveled up as well. So if you want to try out the hero classes, which it sounds like you're really excited about, yeah, the hero classes seem pretty cool. So I'm on a monk right now on the beta, and these are the hero talents that we have. What classes are you leveling in retail? Yeah, the War Within looks like it's going to be super fun. I'm super enjoying the beta. Everything that's coming out makes it sound like it's going to be even better. I think Dragonflight was the most fun I've had in a WoW expansion in ages. Mr. Pandaria Remix has been amazing as well. You chose a great time to join World of Warcraft. I think Shadowlands was one of my less favorite expansions. I think before that, some of the expansions were super hit or miss. I think my least favorite expansion was Battle for Azeroth. But definitely Dragonflight is some of the most fun I've had in the game, and War Within looks like it's shaping up to be even better. And I agree with you, the hero subclasses are sound like a lot of fun. And I also really like the fact that you don't actually have to pick individual you don't have to pick a single tree. And actually, since you mentioned that you're playing a paladin, let's go ahead. Since I'm on the level 80 server in general, I haven't taken a look at paladins yet. Let's create a level 80 paladin, and let's see what the classes like what the hero classes for that are like. What spec are you playing? Do you have a name that you want me to give this character? I'm gonna name this character after you. Let's see if Simple is available. All right, let's do a Blood Elf Paladin. Keep it kind of. Let's see if Simple is available on the server. It looks like Simple is available on the character. All right, so I'm gonna name this character after you. Let's see if we can't capitalize that. Is it Simple or Do Simple? It's probably Do Simple. I don't know why I'm saying Simple. All right, I'm gonna randomize the appearance. Hopefully you like how this character looks. Are you playing Alliance or Horde? I mainly play Horde, so I'm creating a Blood Elf. Hopefully you also play Horde and aren't gonna be upset with me for creating a character with your name. And okay, there we go for the Horde. All right, you're playing Horde as well. Awesome. Okay, so let's look through the talent trees here. Okay, you're a Tauren, I'm guessing. And the other cool thing about War Within is that in addition to like the warband feature, which is going to make alts super super powerful, that's the other reason, by the way, I'm saying you may want to level some alts or at least get them to level 70 during the remix, because you can get a character from 10 to 70 in about 2 or 3 hours without all that much effort in the remix. So I would say for your first character, definitely level, through the regular way. But for second and third characters, I would say it's probably a good call to play around with WoW Remix. And also, you get a whole bunch of mounts and you get a whole bunch of transmogs that you'll unlock for your paladin. Some really cool looking armor and stuff, and you'll also get some toys that are fun to play around with. But the other reason to level alts is that in the War Within, each character you get to level 80 is going to give you a 5% bonus. So the first character you level, like the second character you take to level 80, after you get your first character to level 80 will actually be easier. No, definitely don't make your first character on Remix. Remix is super super fast, but I would say play through the regular way, especially if you haven't played WoW before. Um, yeah, do your first character in regular WoW because Remix is super super quick. So you're not gonna learn your class super well. You're not gonna like learn all the little things about playing World of Warcraft, and you're not gonna have as much fun as well because it's less focused on questing and stuff like that. Remix is designed for characters who have leveled so many characters. Someone like me who's leveled so many characters over the year that I really cannot be bothered to like go through each of the expansions or go through Dragonflight or go through whatever. If it's your first character, you have a whole bunch of content to look forward to. I think by default you do have to play through Battle for Azeroth. The questing wasn't that bad in Battle for Azeroth. I think Dragonflight questing is a little bit better, and I think in the pre-patch, it'll take you directly, like you can level directly from 10 to 70 all in Dragonflight, which would be a little bit more fun, and they will nerf how much experience you have, but I definitely don't think it's worth waiting, a month and a half for pre-patch to drop. I would say take your time. You want to, your first level, your first character that you're leveling. Ooh, dungeons is a great way to level, especially as a prot paladin. Ooh, you're gonna learn how to tank really well, and tanking is super in demand. You're gonna have super quick queues. I feel like paladin is a really good choice for a first character as well because it's a hybrid class. I mainly main a monk, and it's for that exact same reason because you can, you can learn how to play a tank, you can learn how to play a healer, you can learn how to just play DPS as well if you want to, and you don't need to like level separate characters for each of those. You can keep all of your progress and everything on one character. All right, enough ranting. Let's look at the hero talents. I think this one is currently set to ret. Let's move over to Protection Paladin so we can look at the hero specs that are available for you. Have you did you get suckered like me into getting the Epic Edition or whatever they call it, so that you have beta access? Although I guess if you haven't really played the game before, getting beta access isn't probably worth it. I would say just get like basic War Within and go through leveling that. I think if you pre-ordered War Within, you probably already have a level 70 character boost as well. But I much prefer doing it the way that you're doing it, which is like actually leveling a character from 1 to 70. Definitely how I would recommend every like new player to do it. So it looks like we have Lightsmith. Lightsmiths have developed such masterful control over the light that they are able to wield it tangibly, employing constructs to empower their weapons and defenses to protect their allies. So it looks like this is focused a lot more on the light. Um, Yeah, definitely wait with the boost. I would say like after you level your first character, probably even for your first like couple of characters, I wouldn't use the boost because that's definitely an issue. Like I've been playing this game for 19 years, and I still have characters that I have used the boost on, and I will log on to them and have no idea how to play them because I've never actually bothered to level on them, and so I don't know the rotations and I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know like what stats matter, and it's definitely not a fun experience. I think the boosts have their place, and it's nice that Blizzard gives them to us, but if I log onto my main account, I think I literally have like 2 level 70 boosts and like 3 level 60 boosts that I still haven't used yet, that I should probably use before the War Within because for making gold, having a bunch of alt characters is super useful, which is why I'm leveling as many characters as I am in the War Within. But yeah. All right. So it looks like you have the Lightsmith is the first hero. hero class, and then we have Templar. Templars stop at nothing to bring justice to the wicked. They call down hammers of light and unleash devastating combinations of physical and holy attacks to vanquish their enemies. Ooh, that sounds like fun too. Um, yeah, both of them sound like that's the other thing I really like about this because I feel like the regular talent trees, especially those of us who've played WoW for a long time, are kind of already familiar with it, right? Like we've already been through them a bunch of times. We already kind of know what we want to go with, or you just like download it off of, you go to Wowhead or you go to one of those sites and just go like, what's the best like um, talent allocation for my class. Like that's how I used to play a lot of my classes, although recently I have just manually been going through and picking things that sound kind of fun towards my playstyle. But the nice thing about the hero talents is like while you're leveling, you'll have to make some fairly meaningful decisions. But by the time you hit level 80, you will actually be able to unlock everything, which I think feels kind of cool. But I also like the like class fantasy that it gives you, right? Like you're not just like some random protection paladin that has like a bunch of random talents. You're a lightsmith protection paladin, which is kind of fun and cool, I think, especially from a lore perspective. It should be interesting to see if they have like different quests or like different transmogs that you can unlock for your specific spec type. All right, so let's look through the actual talent tree for Lightsmith, the Holy Armaments. It looks like this is Holy Bulwark. I'll be honest, I don't play Prot Paladin all that much, so I don't know all of the spells. You may have to help me here, do simple. And let me know if these spells are like if these talents are as powerful as they sound. But okay, it looks like you get Holy Bulwark. Yep, they've updated the spell book. It looks a lot cleaner now. I actually prefer this a lot better because you can not only see your paladin, you have like all of your general paladin spells here, you have your protection spells here, but then you can also see the spells that the other specs get, which is kind of nice. Because you don't have to like actually swap over to a different spec to see what spells they have available. You can actually just see it from your current character and sort of get an understanding of how the other specs may play. But okay, let's actually go through the hero talents. So, Holy Armaments. Holy Bulwark while wielding a Holy Bulwark gain an absorb shield. Okay, that seems powerful. I mean, I know Protection Paladins rely quite a bit on shields as well for like big damage spikes and stuff. 15% of your max health and an additional 2% every 2 seconds, stacking up to 30%. Sacred Weapon. Ooh, what's Sacred Weapon? What's wielding a Sacred Weapon? Is that something that I missed in the like base talent tree that has... What's a Sacred Weapon? Are these gonna be like their own? Ooh, yeah, that's probably what it means that you're... But I wonder if it's like an enchant or something. Ah, here we go. I think these are the two things. I think that's like the first point. Let's actually go into here. And so I think you unlock both of these things, but I think this is the actual spell that like imbues your weapon with it looks like you buff your weapon basically for an hour. So it's almost like because Death Knights have something similar, but Death Knights you just like they get free weapon enchants basically. They can just go back to their like Death Knight cave and put an enchant on their weapon. It looks like Paladins are getting something similar to what Shamans have, I believe, where you like actually buff your weapon. Because I'm guessing these are what the sacred weapons are. Let's test it out. All right, should we do Rite of Sanctification, which imbues your weapon with the power of the light, increasing armor and primary stat by 1%. Ooh, that's a pretty juicy buff. Or the other choice is Adjuration, which gives you stamina and causes your holy power to sometimes unleash a burst of healing around a target. All right, let's try the Sanctification because that sounds a bit more tanky. And let's actually test out this spell and let's see if it puts something onto our weapon. All right, it looks like we have our weapon equipped. Let's just create ourselves should we do a shield? I'm actually not sure what the best stats for a Prot Paladin are. Is it versatility and... Is it versatility? Do we want more haste and mastery on our shield, or do we want versatility and mastery? Well, I'm guessing versatility will be more useful to us because it's going to increase damage and healing. versus haste is just going to make us cast a little bit faster, which I'm guessing probably isn't too big for a tank. Isn't too big of a concern for a tank. All right, what weapon should we put with this? I think we need a one-handed mace, or I don't know, is crit gonna be good? Doesn't look like these trinkets do much of anything anyway, but let's just see if it actually does enchant the weapon. I think we only have one-handed mace anyway that we have available to us. I love this set as well that they give us on these characters. It's really nice transit, really nice transmog. Ooh, if you like the numbers now, we'll go pick up our class set in a second and see how that looks as well. All right, let's go find that new spell that we just learned from the hero talent tree, or that we should have learned. Oh, I need to spend all of my points. All right, I'm just going to literally randomly click on some of these so that we can lock in, so we can lock in our hero talent tree point spend. As I said, unfortunately, I don't really play too much of a prot paladin. I do have a ret paladin at level 70 that I sometimes do like quests and things on. That I should actually start doing more prot stuff on because queues would be quicker. I'm literally just randomly picking things out so that I can hit apply changes and we can learn the spell and see if it gives us... Okay, Rite of Sanctification. Do we have... Let's enable our extra action bars so that we can pop these on there. Why is... All right, let's see how this looks. So we can... Oh, I do hope that you'll... I guess we'll probably create a macro. Oh, it does have a cool like weapon enchant type thing. See, it's like glowing. Primary stat increased by 1% and armor increased by 5%. But yeah, it does glow. Let's see what the other one looks like. I think you said the other one is the one that you would be more likely to take. So let's see what that one looks like. But it looks like this one gives us kind of like a holy glow on our weapon. It's pretty cool looking. And I wonder if they fixed it on beta so that you can't just like give yourself one of the weapon enchants and then quickly swap over and give yourself the other one as well. I'm guessing it doesn't allow you to actually do that because it does show Rite of Sanctification. Okay, yeah, it did swap over. Okay, so it looks like both of them give you the same cool like holy glowing aura on your weapon. It looks like both of them are giving you the same sort of look for right now. Yeah, this looks super sick, especially since you don't have to like spend gold on unlocking the weapon enchants, because those can get pricey, especially if you're playing the game for the first time. Like you can get some pretty cool weapon enchants, but they can be a little tough to get, or they can cost quite a bit. Like, but I think this one also sort of feeds into the class fantasy a bit more, which is pretty cool. All right, let's look at the other talents that we have available. Solidarity. If you bestow an armament upon an ally, you also gain its benefit. If you bestow an armament upon yourself, a nearby ally also gains its benefits. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So I wonder if this has a limit to what's bestow an armament. Am I correct in understanding that this is the armament? Is there another mechanic called armament? Holy Bulwark. Will the light to coalesce and become manifest as a holy armament wielded by your friendly target. Ooh, I think this means that we can like I don't know if I can add anyone to party, but let's see if this works for. Ooh, okay, so we give them an armament. They're wielding a holy bulwark. Theoretically, I think if I'm in a party and we take this talent. All right, let's lock in this talent. A nearby ally also gains its benefit. So I don't know if that means I can like share. I wonder if that means I can like share this buff with someone nearby. I'm just gonna try and invite someone super random to the group. I doubt they're gonna accept my invitation. Let me just whisper him now so they can. Alright, I've asked them if they don't mind just joining a group for a second. Okay, they've accepted the invite. Let's see. I have the weapon enchant on, and it doesn't look like they're getting the benefit. Let me try this Holy Bulwark thing. Oh, that's pretty cool. So basically, if I give them this Holy Bulwark buff, if I use Sacred Weapon, let me move the chat box here out of the way. But yeah, that's super sick. So it looks like I can actually, we both get the buff. So Sacred Weapon, will the light to coalesce and become manifest as a holy armament wielded by your target. So basically, I'm like enchanting their weapon to have a chance to deal 28,913 additional holy damage or healing to nearby targets. Effect is increased when Sacred Weapon strikes single target and reduced above 5. Ooh, this is really cool. So basically, as a tank, you can either give your healer or or another DPS. You can give them, or you could give yourself a holy armament, and your nearby party members will get that buff as well. That is really cool. So now I just gave myself the holy armament. So I have a sacred weapon, and my party member who's nearby also gets a sacred weapon that gives them a chance to do extra damage or extra healing. That is pretty dope. All right, let's see what else the talent tree has here. Laying down arms. When an armament fades from you, the cooldown of lay on hands is reduced by 15 seconds and you gain shining light. Oh, that's powerful. Because lay on hands is the ultimate. I know I use that on my paladin a lot because I tend to die a lot because I don't know how to play the class that well. And so I do use lay on hands pretty often. So having something reduce the cooldown on that is pretty cool. And it sounds like you'd probably want to keep Holy Bulwark or Sacred Weapon up on yourself for sure, and then probably on your party members as much as possible as well. So let's see if we throw Holy Bulwark off. I wonder if clicking it off. There we go. Your next Word of Glory costs no holy power. Okay, that's kind of cool, and it should have reduced the. Let's just use up Lay on Hands, and I think we should have reduced the cooldown on this. I want to see if it does actually reduce the cooldown. So it looks like it's a 7 minutes cooldown. If we get rid of Sacred Weapon, I think it did actually go down by 15 seconds. We just can't see it in the interface. That's pretty cool. And do simple, if you're enjoying the content, please do consider subscribing if you feel I'm adding any value. It does really help me out, and I'm trying to hit my my follower goal, so would really appreciate that. But between Bulwark and Weapon, I think it's just sticking to Holy Bulwark. I think the buff itself is called Sacred Weapon, though. I think the buff itself is called Holy Bulwark. I think the spell is called Holy Bulwark, and then I think the buff it gives you is the that weapon thing. Shared Resolve. The effect of your active aura is increased by 33% on targets with your armaments. Okay, so let's say we're running Devotion Aura, which is I guess what you would be running as a tank most likely. I could see where you may want to use Retribution Aura, and probably there's some extreme examples in which you'd want to use Concentration Aura. But presumably you can increase the amount of armor you're giving your party members. Let's see on our party member here. So they're getting damage taken reduced by 3%. And, oh, we did already lock that in. But actually, no, let's see here. Let's use Holy Bulwark on them. And it increases by 4%. Ooh, that's pretty cool. And presumably once Holy Bulwark wears off, you're right. You are completely right. It changes between Sacred Weapon and Holy Bulwark. I didn't even catch that. So I think the idea is that you can use it on yourself for both the weapon and the shield. So both of your items are have it up if you have 2 charges up, because it does have 2 charges on it. So probably you can like at the start of like on a boss pull or something, you could just use it twice and have it up on both your weapon and your um yeah, so you have both the shield and the weapon buff at the same time. That's really cool. Thanks for catching that. All right, let's see what the main tree here is. Avenging Wrath summons an additional sacred weapon, and during Avenging Wrath, your sacred weapon casts spells on your target and echoes the effects of your holy power abilities. Dang, that sounds super powerful as well. So basically every time we use our major cooldown, not only do you get another sacred weapon, but then also anytime you use your like holy power dumps, which I think are what do you call it? I don't think I have them on my toolbar here, annoyingly, but um, I know them for red. I just don't know them for for what do you call it? Shield of the Righteous and Word of Glory. Shield of the Righteous. Is that? Oh yeah. Okay, these two. I guess Hammer of Wrath as well. No, Hammer of Wrath generates holy power. But I think you need. Why can't we use this? Oh, on enemies that have less than 20% health. Okay, that makes sense. So I think you said Shield of the Righteous is one of our holy power dumps. I don't see it on here. Is it maybe renamed by one of the talents I picked? Or is it just over here? I don't know why I'm not just searching for it. I always forget that we have... Okay, I guess that's the spell we're talking about. Shield of the Righteous. Oh, yeah, sorry, wait, that's the one we just masked over here. And then Word of Glory is the heal, right? Word of Glory? Yeah, that's the healing spell. Yeah, okay, so that stays the same between Retribution and Prot, I guess. But yeah, so that's pretty cool. Like the additional weapon you'll summon whenever you use your main cooldown will come with that. Like will mirror all of your holy power dumps, which are presumably what's going to be doing the majority of your damage in any case. All right, let's look through this tree. For each holy power ability cast, your next consecration deals 47,000 damage or healing immediately, split across all enemies and allies. Okay, so this is probably going to be super useful for like dungeons and for like trash and stuff, but less useful for bosses. Whereas I'm guessing this is what you'd want to use on for like bosses. Yeah, for sure. I mean, paladins I feel like have always had really good self heals. And like heal the party while they're tanking as well, which is extremely powerful. Casting a Holy Power Spender increases the damage and healing of your next Blessed Hammer by 100%. Ooh, that also sounds really powerful. Generates 1 Holy Power, max 3 charges. So I wonder if, where is it here? Casting a Holy Spender increases the damage. Okay, so I wonder if you could literally then just use up 2 or 3 of your charges on Blessed Hammer and have it just like ramp up in terms of like power level. That could be pretty cool. Enemies within 8 yards of Harmor of Justice's targets are slowed by 15% for 5 seconds. Nice to have some crowd control always. While welding an armament, the duration of fear effects is reduced by 50%. So again, this one I think you'd probably have to change out between like what exactly you're doing. I do kind of like that this tree has more like multiple choice talents than most of the other trees that I've seen for hero classes. Because it looks like with a lot of the other classes, you kind of like you pick it sounds like you basically pick a hero spec, and then it's sort of I think while leveling you have to make some choices, but you don't like by the time you're level 80, you kind of have everything, and there's only maybe 1 or 2 that you actually pick between. Whereas like it looks like for Paladin, you have 4 different talents that you can customize, which seems really cool, at least as a lightsmith prot paladin. Your spells and abilities have a chance to manifest the holy armament for a nearby ally. Ooh, that's also pretty powerful. The cooldown of holy armaments is reduced by 20%. I guess it depends on how much of a chance you have. Will make it like basically either you randomly get extra holy armaments or you just have a lower cooldown on the holy armaments. But some really meaningful choices, because like with the crowd control one, yeah, I think the slow would be really good for kiting if you're doing smaller dungeons and things like that. Whereas depending if you're in like a dungeon that has like a bunch of mobs that fear you, then you probably want to pick that instead. But I also like that you can just like probably swap between like which one you've chosen each time you're doing it. And all right, let's look at the next one. Consuming Shining Light reduces the cooldown of Holy Armaments by 3 seconds. Which one's Shining Light? Or what is Shining Light? Sorry, like I said, I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to paladins, just because I mainly play a red paladin and I really only do like profession quests on that character. I literally only upgraded all their gear yesterday to Dragonflight level stuff. Like I literally had leveling gear on that character still. I let's see if we have, let's see what it says in the Shining Light passive. Every 3 shields of the righteous make your next word of glory cost no holy power. Okay. Maximum 2 stacks. Yeah, I think that's what we procced earlier that made word of glory completely free. So basically every time you use a free word of glory, you reduce the cooldown of holy armaments by 3 seconds, which sounds pretty powerful considering it's a, well, by 3 seconds. Okay, so not a huge difference, but presumably given it's a 1 minute cooldown, 3 seconds, and depending on how often, what do you call it, Shining Lights procs, you could probably bring that cooldown down quite a bit. And it seems like this is going to be like the cooldown that you wanna, like you wanna probably just cast this non-stop on cooldown. Yeah. All right, should we take that instead and see how that kind of plays? Judgment critical strikes cause a shockwave around the target, dealing 48,000 damage at the target's location. Ooh, that sounds super juicy, especially for dungeons and for like trash. Every time you crit judgment, you do another 48,000 damage. That sounds really, really powerful. All right, let's hit apply changes. And should we go test it out on the target dummies just to kind of see what the rotation is a bit like? Oh, I need to do my dragon riding or sky riding, I guess it's called now. Where is it? I think it should be in general, sky riding, and then we can, those are sky riding basics. Let's just add these to the taskbar real quick. Second wind is what I normally have 5, and then aerial halt I like never use, but we'll put it on there in any case. I do also love skywriting, and the fact that like now a bunch of other mounts that you already have will actually allow you to skywrite on them. All right, let's see if we can. I think these are the PvP target dummies. Or are they Raiders training dummy? Which plane mount is it? Do you have? Is it the one that does that you get from the like recruit a friend thing? Is it this one? Because this one says that it is gonna have skywriting. For some reason, it didn't copy over all of my mounts from my like main account. But if it's this one, it will have skywriting. And can we filter on? I'm guessing you have the. The one from engineering. Although there's some pretty cool new mounts that are coming in. Diamond mech suit. Are we? Why isn't it showing me? Oh yeah, we want the profession one. So this is good. By the way, this is gonna be the new engineering, the new mount that engineering crafts, which is also super cool looking. And this also does have skywriting or what's currently called dragon riding. Do you have one of these? The depleted Parium rockets. Although you said it's a little flying machine, so I'm guessing you probably have the engineering one, which is. I think I actually need to buy this on my main account. I don't think I have this one, but I'm guessing you either have the Sky Golem, although probably not because that's one of the later on ones you get. The Zilliwag is all I need to buy, but this is, I think, crafted by blacksmithing and engineering together. Where's the... I know exactly the one you're talking about because I love using it on my engineer, but I cannot find it for some reason because it is a professional one. Oh, it's probably under unusable because you do need engineering. This one, right? The turbo fly, the flying machine. I'm guessing this one, right? Like the flying machine. Yeah, these mounts are super, super fun. I love the little animations and things it does. But it is skywriting enabled, so in the pre-patch already, you'll be able to start using it for dragon riding. That's definitely been one of the things that I didn't enjoy as much about Dragonflight. Is like I love dragon riding. It's so much more fun than regular flying, which had gotten so boring because you would just like get super high in the sky and then like aim where you want it to go and then AFK for a bit while your character just like very slowly crawled across the sky. Whereas like being able to dragonfly was super fun, but again, you were sort of only limited to the like 3 or 4 mounts that you got um, through like questing. And like we've spent years gathering different mounts, right? I have 450 something, 460 or 480 mounts on my main account, and I like could only use 4 of them for dragon flying, which didn't feel too great. So the pre-patch I think is in another month and a half or so. It's definitely going live before Remix ends, and they've said Remix is ending in 56 days. So I would say like another month and a half. But depending on how quickly you're playing through the game, you probably are going to hit level 60 around the time that the pre-patch drops in any case, which means you'll have an easier time getting to level 70 because they're nerfing how much XP you need between 60 and 70. So hopefully you're able to time it that way. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Really helps me a lot. I'm trying to hit my goal. I have 6 days left, and in the way I'm going, I don't think I'm gonna hit the goal that I have on screen there, but we'll see. I'm mainly focused on just getting better at streaming and trying to put together more interesting content. So I really, really appreciate it when I've genuinely earned a follow. And if you're interested in the remix leveling and stuff, by the way, if you check out my YouTube channel, I actually have streamed like the fastest way to level and so forth. And actually, once the regular retail servers come back live, I'm actually going to be hopping back on because I just started leveling a character, like two characters that got to level 17 when I got the notification that the server was shutting down. Let me actually quickly check if. Yeah, so it's not the camera itself actually that's following me around. It's let me just quickly pull up the realm status and see if the live servers are back online. It looks like they may be. So Do Simple, by the way, do you play on US or North American servers? Because if you're on North American servers, I may be able to help you out with some stuff. Don't ask me why I play on North American servers. I live in an EU time zone. Well, I mean, you can ask me. I'm actually just about to tell you. I don't know why I said that, but the main reason I play on North American servers is because when I first got into WoW like 19 years ago, even though I lived in Europe at the time, all my friends played on US servers, and so they convinced me to instead join US servers, and so that's where I first started off playing. I started off playing WoW on US servers. I then actually moved to European servers, but then I was in the States for college, and so I reactivated my US account, and now I have all of my collectibles, like all my mounts, all of my characters, everything on the US servers, and so I can't be bothered to grind out everything, including a bunch of things that you can't get in the game anymore, so I can't really be bothered to swap back to EU. So despite the fact that I play and stream on EU timings, I actually do play on US servers, which has its downsides. Oh, amazing. Okay. If you want, you can give me your battle tag, and if and when you do decide to play around on Remix, we can probably level some characters together. That could be kind of fun. I'd be happy to like boost you through some dungeons and things. It looks like my main server isn't back up yet, so we can't go back to Remix leveling. Any other questions about paladins? Oh, we said we were going to look through the class set and see what the set bonuses are like. All right, let's see how we do with all these pieces. I think the vendor only has 5 pieces, which should be all of the pieces in the set. All right, first things first, let's take a look at how it looks. Do I have, you know what, let's switch on my add-ons just so we can look at this a bit prettier. Oh, sorry, you were asking about the camera. So the camera is not actually, the camera doesn't move at all. It's I recently upgraded to a 40 series NVIDIA graphic card, like a 4070 Super, and so NVIDIA actually gives you a little tool that uses AI to do a bunch of different things. So one of the things it does is just like reframes the camera as I move around, which I think looks a little bit better. The other cool thing it does is like it's using AI on the graphic card itself to like smooth the image, but also remove my background. I don't have like a green screen or anything behind me, but it's kind of nice because I don't need to like tidy up my room every time I stream, which my wife is not super happy about. Let's see. Yeah, it does look like BattleNet may be down. Let me see if I can add you in any case though. It does look like BattleNet is down though. It sort of makes sense if the servers are down. I was really surprised that the beta servers are still up, because I would have assumed that everything's running off of the same thing, but it does look like it's the beta servers probably do run on their own thing. All right, let's go into Narcissus so that we can see our gear nice and up close. Why is this? Boom, that set looks pretty sick. Can we, let's see what the, up. So it looks like, I think this is just the normal mode. Yeah, exactly. NVIDIA is, I don't know how much it's using AI. I feel like everyone just throws AI at the end of everything now, but it claims it uses AI to figure out where I am. I'm assuming it does use some sort of AI to like blank out my background, because that kind of makes sense. But it also has this really weird feature that I sometimes switch on, kind of as just like, because it makes me laugh, but it has this feature where I can be looking at my screen, but it'll use AI to make it look like I'm looking at the camera. And it just looks really creepy, because I'll be like staring at the screen like this, and every couple of seconds it'll just make my eyes look like I'm like really creepily like staring at the camera like this without moving my head. Um, but yeah, so there's some pretty cool features on the newer graphic cards. I literally upgraded from a GTX 1080 though, so yeah, I was using a super old graphic card prior to that. All right, let's. We don't need this on, but yeah, I like the wings on the top of this. We can, if you give me the choice, the chance, I will spend way too much time putting together fun transmogs. I don't know why this is kind of bugged out here, but I don't think I have any outfits saved on this character. Let's see if we can't get the equipment slots to. Alright, I think this interface should let us see the actual stats on this. Alright, now we have a prettier way of looking at this. So, Shield of the Righteous deals 10% increased damage and grants 3% damage reduction. Sounds pretty good. Casting a Holy Power ability increases the damage and healing you deal during your next Avenging Wrath by 0.5%. This event stacks. Ooh, I wonder how much you could stack that up, but presumably you're going to be using you're going to be using Holy Power abilities non-stop, right? So if this can stack up a whole bunch, you could increase your damage and healing during Avenging Wrath by so much. Did my internet just drop on me? What's going on? Twitch is telling me that I'm offline for some reason, but OBS isn't telling me the same thing, so I'm just gonna hope that there's something wrong with Twitch. Let me try and bring that down a bit so we're not getting cropped out as much. Let me know in chat if you can still see or hear me. I'm not sure if my stream went down or not. I think my stream went down for a couple of seconds. Let me know in chat if you guys can see and hear me. Strange. I think there's probably an internet issue for a second there. And you can kind of tell I don't have a green screen because you can see it's kind of like it's a little bit less accurate around the edges of my hair. All right, but what I was saying was that the set bonuses sound super dope as well. Shield of the Righteous deals 10% increased damage and grants 3% damage reduction. That sounds really powerful. 10% increased damage is huge, and it sounds like Shield of the Righteous is one of your holy power dumps in any case. And then casting a holy power ability increases the damage and healing you deal during your next Avenging Wrath by 0.5%. That stacks. That also sounds like if it's not capped on how much it stacks, that could be super, super powerful. Of course, I think you need all 5 set pieces for that. Let's see what happens with just like the 2-piece set bonus. Yeah, I'm guessing you need, yeah, it's the 4-piece set bonus. Let me know if you guys can see and hear me. I think my stream went down for a couple of seconds, probably due to like some sort of internet issue. But it seems like the stream is back up. I'm not sure if it was an issue on Twitch's side or on my side, because I think the YouTube stream stayed up through it. So do let me know in chat if you can see and hear me. All right, one of the things I did want to actually take a look at, and since you mentioned engineering, is I do want to take a look at engineering. Engineering is always a super fun profession, and actually made me a lot of gold during Dragonflight. In previous expansions, a lot of people think that you can't make all that much gold with engineering, and I've always found that to not be the case at all. Engineering is actually one of my favorite professions to make gold with. Not only because of the fact that it's that so few people actually do engineering for gold making, but also because of the fact that because it's more complicated, people are willing to spend a lot more to not have to deal with engineering. So let's quickly just go through. We picked it up from from the trainer here. I don't see any NPC orders. Obviously, wouldn't have any private orders. Crowd Pummeler. So this is the mount that we craft. It looks like it is going to be pretty expensive. I don't think there's any BOP reagent, so presumably, and you can sell the mount on the auction house, so that'll be selling for a pretty penny early on, especially, but probably through the entirety of the expansion. All right, let's go through what we have. Scouring through scrap was super fun in Dragonflight. I'm sure it'll be even more fun, and we probably will just scavenge through a whole bunch of. Hey, Do Simple. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. I think it was something on Twitch's side because I don't think my YouTube stream went down. But apologies for that. But yeah, we're back, and I was saying that you mentioned engineering earlier, and one of the things I've been meaning to do is to look through engineering on the beta as well. So what I was saying was that I think a lot of people overlook engineering for gold making, and I actually made a boatload of gold with engineering in Dragonflight. So I'm really, really excited to look through everything we have for engineering in the War Within, and I'm sure I'm gonna make a boatload more gold with engineering in the War Within as well. So engineering is really good on your definitely to have on your main. I don't have engineering on my main. I do regret that sometimes, but because it has a bunch of quality of life benefits, like you can port to basically most expansions as like main zones, because you have these like teleportation items that only engineers can use. What's it called? You have things like Blingtron, which will give you like a daily, like essentially there's a whole bunch of toys that you can only use as an engineer, and you need to have engineering in order to use it. There's a bunch of mounts, like you mentioned in chat, like the one that you've crafted. But what are the transportation things called? Northrend? No, that's scouting map. what is it called? Why am I blanking on the name? It's not called whiz bangs. It's called. Let's do sources. Let's do. And let's take the filter off of. Where is it? I'm sure I'll find one of. So things like Findle's Looterang, for instance, you need to have engineering for. Like that'll allow you to loot things from a distance. Um, yeah, you can see a lot of these toys like require you to have engineering. So it's really good to have on your main for that. But yeah, things like the world shrinker and the world enlarger, you can make your character larger and smaller and things like that. You can also make yourself snowballs, which are fun to like throw at people. Um, what is the teleportation item called? Why am I blanking on this? But basically, you have this item that you can make for every single for every single expansion. There's an updated one, and you can use it to transport yourself to any expansion, which is really handy to have on your main character if you want to, like go farm transmog, or you want to do like farm a mount from like an old expansion. It's super super handy. I find myself often wishing that I had taken engineering on my main, but at this point I've just invested too many points in, like I've just invested too much time in my trade skills to bother relearning it. But it's really powerful for your main for that. But the other thing that's also really powerful on your main is the gear that you can craft for yourself. So engineers get like at max level, you can craft for yourself really powerful gear. Like you're playing a paladin, right? So you can craft these bracers for yourself, and even like getting an eye level 584 piece of gear right off the jump, like that you can just make for yourself, is super super powerful early on in the expansion. I mean, in Dragonflight and in the War Within as well, you can raise a crafting order, so it's less of a limitation. But I do believe it doesn't mention here that you need an engineering to use it, but I think you would. Yeah, so for like the headpiece as well, you can craft a headpiece for yourself, and these do require engineering to be able to use. So no one else can really use these, and depending on your class, you can see here you have a tinker socket, which is not something any other classes have. But the tinkers can also be super super powerful. If we come down to the tinkers that are available here, are these. So these are the leveling items, but basically the second you get into Khazalgar, you hit level 71, you can craft a 515 level piece of gear for yourself, right? This will be super cheap for you to craft, and this also does require engineering. So for your main character, it's really powerful to be able to like craft your own gear. You can recraft it to give it different things, like different stats and different. You can add like as you get better at engineering, you can add like different. You can pick the stats on it, like the secondary stats and stuff like that. So it's super super powerful to have on your main. Um, and these ones are actually bind on equip. So the engineering ones make a little bit less gold than like the leatherworking, tailoring, or blacksmithing items that you craft, but these are still super powerful, and I would definitely craft at least a couple of these and throw them up on the auction house, because there are going to be a lot of people who can't be bothered to like go find 5 piles of rusted scraps. It sounds like um, these are bind on pickup, so yeah, these will definitely sell for a pretty penny, because even though you need engineering to use them, people aren't going to bother to like go out and farm scrap. So if you're willing to do that, you'll definitely make some gold there. The other thing that also sells really well is these green profession equipment items, because if like for my jewel crafter, I will have to buy these off of an engineer if I don't just craft them on my own engineer. Yeah, and even if I was to have my own engineer, engineering relies a lot on like discovery. So if you get lucky and or even if you don't get lucky, even if you just stay on top of your discovery, um, there's a very good chance that you will get this recipe, and every miner is going to need to buy one of these off of someone. It might as well be you, right? So there's definitely a lot of gold to be made there. Yeah, so this is that mount, and it looks like you discover it by inventing, prototyping, and notes. So I think you basically randomly figure out how to get this. So definitely, if you take your main into the War Within, if you get this recipe before anyone else, it's basically like a license to print gold. I mean, you can see on this realm as well, like. And here, gold and mats and everything are free at the vendor, and people have already listed so many crafting orders for these that are gonna like pay you 5,000 gold each. If you get this recipe on like early on, You can definitely print a lot of gold with this. Yeah, the materials sound intimidating, but the cool thing about the crafting order system, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. I'm guessing you may not be super familiar with it, but basically what you can do is there are these vendors, there are these like NPCs that you can come up to that have that are, I mean, this guy literally says crafting orders, and what you could do is you can come over here. If you talk to him, you can place crafting orders. So let's say we come down to miscellaneous mount and we select the crowd pummeler. I can send a crafting order to either a specific character. So in this case, I would send it to you, let's say, or I can place a public crafting order. And what I can do is I can either provide the mats, or I can just leave them blank and offer like a higher tip, and I can place a crafting order. And so then, of course, this is primarily if you don't have the trade skill or if you don't know the recipe or whatever, and you can just basically then pay someone to like get the materials for you. Um, on the flip side, if you're the engineer that has that recipe, you can come in here and you will see a bunch of crafting orders, most likely with people who have already bought all of the mats and like given them to you. And then all you need to do is you hit start order, you hit create, and you craft it for them using their mats, but you get the commission that they've paid you here. And there's also a cool feature called resourcefulness. So if you have resourcefulness, which you will get from getting your engineering gear in these 3 slots here, as well as from like spending engineering talent points, you're also going to unlock more resourcefulness. And what resourcefulness does is that when you craft something, you have a certain percentage chance to get these mats back. So you can profit from that by not only the commission that whoever gave you the order is going to pay you, but you may get like 100 of these bountiful bolts back that go just to you. They don't go to the person who provided the mats. They go to you, which is kind of like an extra tip. So it really benefits you a lot to have extra resourcefulness. And this may actually be helpful for you, because I was planning on just going through the profession as like a first look at the profession in the expansion. But we'll cover all of those little topics as well, and sort of what I think is the best leveling path, or also the most like profitable leveling path, as well as where I think it makes like sense to spend your engineering talent points, which is also super important because there's no way to refund them. Blizzard has said that they're planning on adding a catch-up system, which I hope means that they are going to give players a way to like re-roll their crafting profession talent points. But I have a strong feeling that they won't actually do that, because they never added one during Dragonflight. So it probably is going to be pretty meaningful to see how it is going to be pretty meaningful how you spend those talent points. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm just going to take a quick little break, and then we will get back into the engineering. Give me 1 second, please. All right, and we're back. Okay, so these are the tinkers that I was mentioning earlier. So basically, the gear that you're gonna craft for yourself in engineering, like these the like leveling helm, and then at endgame like the bracers and the helm piece that you'll craft for yourself. It'll be this one. You'll get a 590, well, not 593, probably you're not going to have maxed out engineering at the start, so you'll get at least a 584, depending on how lucky you get, or how much skill you have. You can craft yourself a like in the second week, a 597 piece of gear, which is super super powerful, right? Um, which will give you a whole bunch of bonus stats and stuff, as well as the second random stat, which once you start to max out your tree, you'll be able to pick what stat that is as well. But you have a Tinker socket there, and you also have a Tinker socket on your bracers. Now, what Tinkers are is they're like basically a gem that only engineers can use, and they offer really really cool features. So this is an example of one of them. This one's more of a PvP one, but basically this Tinker you can put into one of your sockets, and you can summon an earthen delivery drill to dig for an assortment of battleground buffs. The drill lasts for 28 seconds and can only be summoned while in combat. This can only be used in battlegrounds. Let's see this one. This one seems like it may be more useful for a prot paladin. Yeah, so this one is the heart-seeking health injector. Inject a medicinal frostfire formula into your veins, instantly healing you for up to 4.5 million from a jolt of frost. To prevent sudden hypothermia, you will then burn for 30% of the amount healed. So yeah, this will heal you for 4.5 million health. This also shares a cooldown with healing potions, so that means you'll spend a lot less gold on healing potions, because you can literally just click on your helm or on your bracers, wherever you put it, and basically have a free health potion. Yeah, that's super super sick. So that's why it makes sense to have engineering on your main. Yep, I mean, considering I have 5.5 million health with just like these, well, admittedly I have put my like tier gear on. I have put like my set gear on. Let's not show the bags, and let's have this nice and merged. Let's put back the basic 571 gear that we got from the jump. It looks like this is actually that the blade is a better fit for prot paladins, or even using it. It's actually saying a two-handed item may be slightly better. What other set pieces did we have? We had that. Have we taken off all of our set piece gears? These are offhands. Oh, our chest piece, right? So with just like the basic gear that we started off with, we have 4.7 million health. So yeah, that'll basically heal you to full, and then gradually, gradually take away like 30% of your health over a little bit longer. Yeah, so this is actually an add-on called Better Bags. This isn't the default interface. I don't know if the default interface allows you, I don't think it gives you the option to do something like this, but yeah, this is super super handy, because just at a glance you can figure out what you have in your inventory without having to like dig through everything. This add-on is called Better Bags. I actually use a different one called Addy Bags for most of my characters, but it's they're like, the developer stopped adding to it, and this Better Bags add-on is a replacement for it. Which doesn't have all of the features and doesn't look quite as clean, but is definitely something I'm gonna have to move over to for the War Within, because they're not updating Addy Bags anymore. So if you're looking for a bag add-on, I would just learn how to use Better Bags to begin with. It's super super, makes things a lot easier, and you can really customize it as well. So if we come down to like the options screen, you can literally choose how you want to sort things, what categories you want to have. If you want to have like subtypes, so even within your like consumables, you can have like potions in one area, and then like food in another, and then like, yeah, your like flasks in another. You can really break down like your trade skills, your expansions, everything. And it'll do the same thing for like your bags. You can create custom categories. Super super versatile add-on that I would highly recommend picking up if you're looking for a good bag add-on. The other cool thing with engineering is that you can also craft PvP gear for yourself. You'll pick up these recipes from, it looks like they don't drop from the bags in the War Within, and instead you will actually pay honor to buy these, but you can also buy these on the auction house. So presumably there's going to be a bunch of PvP players out, like a bunch of PvPers out there who probably aren't going to bother leveling their engineering, but they'll have a bunch of honor that they want to like spread out, or that they want to get rid of, and they want to convert their honor into gold so that they can buy things. And So generally what I do is I just pick up these recipes off the auction house, and these all sell really well. And it looks like they've even added weapons this time. In Dragonflight you couldn't craft PvP weapons, but it looks like in War Within they have even added weapons to the crafting. It'll be interesting when we look at blacksmithing to see if blacksmiths have PvP weapons that they can craft as well. The really cool thing about this PvP gear is that it's eye level 545, which is super powerful already as a fresh level 80. Like, this will be some of the best gear that you can get, and you can craft it for yourself. But when you go into arenas or battleground for like arranged PvP, and I think also in, if I'm not mistaken, even in like PvP world quests, it'll increase to eye level 606, which is super high. Yeah, so the no, this is sorry, yeah, I should mention this is also another add-on that's just telling me how much it costs to buy this from, like, to buy some of these mats from the vendor. It doesn't cost you to craft gear. Yeah, this is an add-on as well. Sorry, I should probably point out which of these things are coming from add-ons. We don't have auction house data for the server because I haven't bothered to go and scan the auction house, because the auction house on a beta server doesn't really count for anything, because every time I click on this item it's going to give me 10,000 or 10,000 gold. So it doesn't really make sense to look at prices from the auction house, but on live servers it would tell me how much the mats for this costs on the auction house if I've scanned the auction house for it. But yeah, so as always, engineering, one major profit source will be this PvP gear, and I'm probably going to, at the very least, at least pick up this rifle recipe for as cheap as I can get it early on, because basically every hunter is going to, the second they hit level 80, is probably going to want to pick up one of these, whether or not they're actually going to do PvP, right? For PvP, they definitely want one of these until they actually get, like, farm enough honor to be able to buy higher eye level gear. This is going to be super useful. And the other cool thing is that now the PvP gear as well goes through the crafting order system. So even once they grind out honor, all they're going, like, they're just going to upgrade this item. They're not going to need to craft a full new item. They will probably they'll probably put up a crafting order through the crafting order system that we just went through, and ask to have it recrafted. And we'll be able to, if we know this recipe, we'll be able to upgrade it for them, and they can add in these competitors' heraldry items that'll increase the item, increase the level that the same item scales to in PvP. So let's say that, like, they're doing a bunch of arenas and now they've unlocked this item here. They can just recraft this item that they bought to begin with. They can raise a crafting order, not have to buy all these mats all over again. Add this item. It'll make it more difficult to craft, so they'll probably have to use better quality items. But if we know this recipe, we'll be able to do that crafting order for them and upgrade their items for them, which is also a change, because in Dragonflight, the way it worked is that these items you crafted and then you couldn't recraft them up. But in the War Within, these recipes are going to be worth even more. And these recipes will change every season. Presumably, we will have to relearn the recipe each season, like for the newer version. Yeah, the crafting system, so basically this entire crafting system got a huge revamp in Dragonflight. Like, that was one of the main features of this expansion, where they added the talent trees, they added the crafting orders, they added this, like, recraft ability, and like all these, like, crafting stats and crafting equipment and everything. And it's made it super fun. I mainly play World of Warcraft for crafting and, like, for gold making. So for me, I'm absolutely loving it. I actually haven't played Elder Scrolls Online. It's definitely one of those games that I always wanted to try out, because I think they do some pretty cool stuff with crafting as well. I know people have mentioned that they wanted some of the features that Elder Scrolls had in World of Warcraft as well. And I think Elder Scrolls was first to have, like, the NPC craft orders, where, like, NPCs will pay you to craft items. We finally are getting that in World of Warcraft. Yeah, so I mean, I main a crafter in that I still have to, like, PvE and do a little bit of PvP to, like, level up my character and all of that. But I mainly play those characters to craft things, which is why I have so many alts, because I like playing with all the different professions. But okay, so we looked at the PvP gear. I think this will have a lot of gold potential. Another thing that did really well for me with engineering and Dragonflight that I think will be the same in the War Within is this crafted profession equipment. So basically, if you are a crafter, you're going to want to max out these slots as soon as possible. Um, Initially, you will probably pick up the green gear, and interestingly enough, they may be adding this, but in Dragonflight they gave you quality 1 gear, so you didn't need to necessarily go to the auction house and pick this up. But um, in War Within, at least they haven't added quests yet that give you this gear for free. So most likely everyone is going to have to buy these off the auction house or find someone to craft these for them. Interestingly enough, though, the green gear this time around also requires Artisan's Acuity. Now, this is a super limited reagent that you're going to get through your first craft bonuses. So basically, you get a little bonus the first time you craft an item, which gives you a knowledge point that you're going to use as like in your talent tree for the profession, but then also will give you some Artisan's Acuity. But this is super, super valuable and it's super limited. So in Dragonflight, the green gear didn't require you to use up any Artisan's Acuity. I wonder if no, I thought maybe it was just for gatherers that it was going to use up Artisan's Acuity, but it looks like even for engineering itself, you're going to need to use up Artisan's Acuity. And so it should be interesting if people it'll really depend on, I guess, how much Artisan's Acuity we get the first week, whether it makes sense to buy, like to craft the green versions of this. I think probably what everyone's going to want to do, and this also may be where having alts comes in super handy, because the Artisan's Acuity you're going to have a limited amount of. I may literally send a craft order to one of my alts that I'm going to push less on to use up their Artisan's Acuity to craft this gear for my main engineer, let's say. So what I would do is I would come to the crafting order system and raise a crafting order to one of my alts who has a bunch of Artisan's Acuity that they've gotten from, like, you know, all of their weekly sources, who I'm not planning on really maxing out on engineering in week 1 or 2. And this is just min-maxing stuff. If you're playing the game regularly, you probably don't need to be this worried about it. But I'm just thinking from the perspective of, like, the industrial scale goblin that I am. But it is interesting that these are BOE as well, so presumably these should sell for a lot of gold in week 1 or 2, because basically you can pay someone else for their Artisan's Acuity on the and do it through the auction house. You don't need to do it through the crafting order system, which could be very interesting. I think hopefully this changes. I don't love that the green gear now requires Artisan's Acuity. I feel like it made sense for the blue gear to require Artisan's Acuity, because it does give you more skill and it does give you more of the stats. But it will take a couple of weeks to gather up, 300 Artisan's Acuity will be a fairly meaningful choice, and you will have to pick whether you want to use up your Artisan's Acuity on, let's say, engineering or on your second trade skill, right? Because we have 2 trade skill slots. So it's definitely going to be an interesting choice that you're going to have to make between which of these you want to use it up on, or if people are going to spend are going to be willing to pay a whole bunch for this. I would not be surprised if you can get someone to tip you 50, 100,000 gold for your 50s Artisan's Acuity just for this first green one in the first couple of weeks. And for this 300 one, I wouldn't be surprised if people are willing to spend 2, 3, 400,000 gold, because I remember it being that way in Dragonflight. And so if you don't care that much about being at the cutting edge of your professions, I would say it's probably still worth doing all of your quests week 1 and getting as much Artisan's Acuity as you can, just to sell it to someone else. Because I know I would probably pay, depending on the profession, I may be willing to spend a couple $100,000 on unlocking these tools in week 1, if I don't need to use up my own Artisan's Acuity, because I think that I can probably make more profit than that by having one of these tools, and seeing what it allows me to do. So that could be very, very interesting, and definitely is another great way to make gold early on in the expansion. It will depend on how we learn some of these. The green ones are generally all off of the trainer, so we can see here that some of them, it appears, come from discovery, and we'll check out the discovery mechanic and how that works in a second here. But some of them, I think one of the ones we saw was just learned off of the trainer, which sort of makes sense, right? The engineering tool, you can craft your own tool and learn it directly off the training once you have 10 engineering skills. So this, if they remove the artisan's acuity requirement, would be super, super powerful to sell on the auction house. If they don't, it'll really depend what kind of a player you are and how much you value your artisan's acuity. But otherwise, that would be super powerful. This starting gear as well, this eye level 515 gear, depending on how we get the pile of rusted scraps, could also be a very good way to make early gold, right? People aren't going to be familiar with the new ingredients. They're not going to be familiar with where we get these from, and you know, which ones you get from the vendor and how you craft them. They may not have leveled up engineering enough, and they only need well, so for the gun, I mean, every hunter that hasn't really played Dragonflight too much, 545 is going to be pretty tough to get for most characters in general. 545 pieces of gear. I think even the launch event only gives you gear that's in the like low 500 eye level thing, so probably anyone leveling a hunter is probably going to want to pick up one of these. So these will definitely sell really well to hunters, and I don't know if any other classes use if any other classes use guns a lot. Yeah, I don't know why the servers are down for so long today. I haven't checked if they're up yet, but they said until 10 a.m. PST, which I think is still a couple of hours away. And with Blizzard, I always hope that they're done earlier, but I don't really hold my breath for it. So I'm glad that at least the beta servers are up and we can do this, because I've been meaning to do this in any case. And these Acolytes goggles as well should sell pretty well. We'll learn these at the trainer at skill level 25, but not a lot of people are gonna bother pushing to engineering skill level 25 in the first couple of days or weeks, which they only need one engineering to equip this, right? 515 is pretty powerful, plus it has a tinker socket, so people are definitely going to want to buy these. And if we're amongst the first few on our server to push to 25 engineering, there'll be a lot of gold to be made in these as well, depending on how hard it is to get the pile of rusted scraps. I'm hoping scrap works a little bit differently than it did in Dragonflight, because in Dragonflight you did need to have like your tinkers fail in order to get scrap, which meant that you could only really get one piece of scrap every like 10 or 15 minutes if you were lucky. Hopefully it's not quite that limited here. But yeah, that should be a good source of gold as well. Cogwheels, depending on how we how we spend our talent points, this is a decent source of gold. Of course, the embellishments as well, same sort of story, depending on how difficult it is to get these. I see a lot of things are saying discovery comprehensively organized ideas, so we'll see how we acquire that item. I'm not sure if there's it looks like there's this invent sort of spell that channels your genius to create a new prototype. Even great minds need to take breaks. You can only invent periodically. So presumably this is how we're going to learn a lot of our engineering items. And so it does sound like there's going to be a cooldown on this. It should be interesting to see. I don't love when they do discovery things like this, but it does add a bit of an RNG to it, and it can sometimes, I guess, level out the playing field a bit, because even if I have 5 alts, if RNG doesn't like me, I may not be able to compete in engineering on a lot of things. Disassemble invention, disassemble a prototype and take notes of its intricacies. You can later study these notes to learn recipes. Okay, so I think between these two, this probably guarantees that we learn a new thing, and this has a cooldown, whereas this probably doesn't. And it looks like we can probably disassemble some of the items we learn, and I think we're going to get all that through this scour through scrap thing. Pilfer through parts, pilfer through 5 spare parts in search of usable scrap. I think this is similar to the scrapping that we have in Dragonflight. Parts. Now this is the other unsung hero of engineering. Because of how complicated it is to make a lot of these parts, especially early on in the expansion, but honestly, even right now in Dragonflight, I can still make decent gold just crafting these parts for people. A lot of people learn engineering, but then don't want to spend the time to figure out, okay, so to craft, let's say, let's look at one of the ones that uses something else, right? Like, interestingly enough, it seems like these new parts don't rely one on another. In Dragonflight, like to create the equivalent of a chaos circuit, you would need to craft a guy rating gear, and to craft a guy rating gear, you'd need a whimsical wiring, and you would need screws, and you would need a bunch of different parts. So it wasn't as simple as just like buying all these mats. You would need to really optimize. So a lot of people would just skip all those steps and buy this mat to start off with. Um, I wonder if this is the final items that will be required, but in any case, there should still be a good amount of profit to be made just by crafting these parts as well. And the nice thing about the parts is that they're generally pretty cheap to craft. And definitely when we look into the talent trees, I'm sure we'll see a bunch of things that we can, um, a bunch of things that we can, like a bunch of different talent trees that we can invest in to make these even more profitable early on. Safety components, again, probably less of a market for these in the first week or two, just because of the fact that you probably won't discover them, but also people aren't going to have their sparks, so they're not going to be crafting this end game gear, and so there probably won't be as much gold. I think the bulk of the gold in week one will probably come from crafting parts and profession equipment. I think those will be the bulk of our week one gear. And sorry, also the blue leveling gear that we looked at first, right? Because this you can equip at, well, this was equipped at level at 80, but these ones are equipped at level 71. So people are going to want to pick these up pretty early on. People love buying new gear from, once they hit a new expansion, because the eye level on this, like the item level, is going to be a lot higher than what you get as quest rewards. And they can just hit the auction house, throw some gold at the problem, and get a tinker socket on there as well. Which is why I think also the tinker should do decently well. All right, coming over to the cogwheels. Again, people might start putting these on the blue gear. I think you can add cogwheels and embellishments to the blue gear, which is also interesting. Because I don't think we could do that. I'm not sure if you could do that in Dragonflight. I think that may be new. I don't believe you could. Um, yeah, it does kind of annoy me that the Fisher friends also used up Artisan's Acuity, right? I feel like either Blizzard takes the time to build out a talent tree for fishing and cooking, and we consider it an actual trade skill where I'm willing to invest Artisan's Acuity, or don't charge me Artisan's Acuity to craft these things, right? I need to use. I idly want to save my Artisan's Acuity for my main trade skills. Um, but maybe that's why Blizzard wants to offer, some rewards to people who do prioritize fishing and cooking over their main trade skills, and allow them to have a couple of weeks where they're making more gold than everyone else through fishing and cooking. Um, I suppose I could see that argument for it as well, and that does kind of make sense as well. All right, then the other major gold source for engineers is always the fun, like toys and other things that you can craft. Now, the amount, of course, if you're lucky enough to get this early on, it's a license to print gold. I would say both through the crafting order system, you can advertise and trade, and people will send you crafting orders with pretty high commissions for this. Early on, I wouldn't be surprised if people are asking 500,000 gold in order to just craft this with your mats. Um, I think that amount will probably come down as more and more people discover it, but I assume that people will, for quite a few months be willing to pay 10, 20,000 gold tips to craft this for them. That said, if you have the recipe and you have the gold available, you can also craft these yourselves and craft these yourself and throw them on the auction house. Um, then jumper cables. These as well. It looks like all of this is coming through discovery. So if you're super on top of your game about making sure you do all of your discoveries early on and you unlock a bunch of these will also sell really well. Most of the other professions, you learn most of your recipes through the trainer, or through like renown rewards, right? Whereas for engineering, it looks like it's way more RNG dependent, and it looks like you go through discovery a lot more. There's not going to be a lot of people who are going to be spending week one and week two and early expansion, the first couple of weeks, doing all of their discovery. So if you can do that, you are probably going to make a whole bunch of gold. Um, what is this now? Summon a possibility projector configured to satisfy the needs of crafting tables. Unlock one work Only one workbench can be displayed at a time and can only be changed by the engineer. Ooh, so this is interesting. While you're out in the world doing whatever you're doing, you can basically pull up a crafting table for whatever profession you need. Or, I mean, thinking a bit more creatively, you can probably, sell sell these to other players on other realms or whatever. If you're in a dungeon and someone needs to like do a crafting order, or you're waiting in an LFR for a boss or something like that, you can probably um, say like, hey, I'll change it to a tailoring table if you tip me like 1,000 gold or something, right? I'm just thinking of like devious ways to make gold. This toy should also sell pretty well. It looks like it is bind on pickup, so it would be through the crafting order system, so probably not as much gold from the, like, you can't make gold from it through the auction house, but this one you can, and it looks like the only bind on pickup reagent is the pile of rusted scrap, so we're gonna have to see how we acquire that. Filmless camera, and it looks like all of these basically come from that discovery mechanism, right? So if you discover these early on, wormhole generator. This was the toy I was talking about earlier. Do simple. Um, this allows you to this allows you to portal yourself all over Kazalgar, the new continent, and they have these for every single expansion. So and they're account wide. So if you create them on one character, the only thing all of your alts need to do is pick up engineering and have one skill in engineering in order to use all of these toys, and have ports all over Kazalgar, which will be super useful if you want to like do daily quests or weekly quests or world quests or do anything all over the island of the new continent. It'll be super easy. All right, and then we have another toy as well that gives you a lantern, which also allows you to cook, which looks pretty cool. And it looks like this comes from a quest. So again, I would, depending on how hard this quest is, I would try and get this quest done as soon as possible so that you can start crafting these out. And these are BOE. You can trade these on the auction house. You can start doing crafting orders for them. You can advertise in trade chat, and I'm sure people will pay you tens of thousands of golds to craft this for them early on. All right, that said, I think that more or less covers it. We looked through Tinkers, we looked through PvP gear. Let's get into actually leveling, and we can look through the talent trees for this. So, interestingly enough, it looks like to start off with, the only option it gives us is scour through scrap. I'm guessing that means that they've not fully looked through engineering yet, because generally they would give us something that we can craft. It doesn't look like the trainer has anything for us here either. And it doesn't really tell us how we're supposed to get scrap. How are we supposed to get these 5 pieces of scrap first? One person's junk is another treasure. I think, as you mentioned, you can probably loot some by scrapping mech suits in dungeons. I wonder if there'll be like open world nodes. I wonder if engineering is becoming more, a bit more like a gathering profession, in which you actually need to like run around and mine things early on for excess scrap. All right, let's pick up a couple of these engineering bags, and let's hope they're not bugged like they were on my other character, because we want to test out all of this stuff. Okay, so it looks like this vendor also has, I mean, this vendor is the vendor that you pick up like your sparks and your artisan security. This is, all of these vendors, of course, are beta only, just to test out the professions, but it looks like we can pick up most of the mats that we need to craft most of these things from this vendor itself at quality 3. Which is handy. Let's pick up an ultimate Nomish army knife. This is still a great gold maker, by the way. If you have an engineer, unlock your garrison and start queuing up work orders in your garrison, because these still sell for a whole bunch of gold. I think Blizzard shot themselves in the foot by offering, by having the text say includes every profession tool. But hey, I'm not complaining, because I've crafted these for every single one of my characters back in Warlords of Draenor, and I'm still using them on every single character, so you're not going to hear too many complaints from me. But it looks like these are the items that we're going to learn the schematics from. Study your notes to choose a new engineering schematic to learn. The selection of possible schematics increases as you specialize in engineering. Comprehensively organized ideas. Presumably, this is the outcome of disassembling an invention, I would assume? And it looks like this is a bit more deterministic, so it's not as RNG. You can choose which of these recipes you want to pick up. Cube of Infinite inventions. Okay, so this is a PTR only item, and this will just reset our cooldown so that we can learn everything right away. Let's pick up one to tinker around with in a bit. But I think this will just basically allow us to do this invent cooldown more often while we're on the beta so that we can test everything out on one day without having to wait days between doing everything. Let's see if there's any recipes on this trainer. It doesn't look like so. I guess engineering is pretty much tied to that discovery mechanism. Now, again, we don't know how we get any of the mats for engineering, which is a bit of a concern, but maybe we'll test that out on the leveling servers and see if we can't figure that out. In the meantime, let's just open up these bags that we get on the beta that give us all the mats that we need. And so there we go. We have 1,000 of everything. Let's just open up a few of them so that we don't need to keep opening them up. I do like that it looks like mats are stacking a lot higher. It looks like, I think they're going to allow us to stack probably 9,999 of each mat, whereas I think the cap in Dragonflight is 1,000. So that should also help with inventory management, which is unfortunately become a pretty big part of this game, I feel like. All right, let's actually salvage through some scrap, and let's see how this works, or scour through scrap, I guess. All right, so we got some bolts, and we learned how to craft our handful of bismuth bolts. Again, we don't know how we get the scrap, so it may or may not be as useful. It looks like we got a green Okay, so we're getting unrecognizable prototype out items as well. We haven't learned disassemble invention just yet. I don't know if can we write on these? So I think these prototypes, you have the choice of whether you want to disassemble them to learn something, or use them for something. So deploy a device that can be activated by you or a party or raid member when a crisis is imminent. When activated, it will attempt to resurrect all nearby allies at the end of combat. So interestingly, we can only have one prototype in our inventory. They are unique. So presumably you wouldn't want to just farm up a whole bunch of this and leave it as automatically scouring all your scrap. You'd want to do these one at a time in case you pick up one of these prototypes because they are unique. I wonder if they go to your mailbox. I'm guessing not, though. And then we also got some of these unrecognizable prototype items. Take a moment to reflect upon an old idea to identify the purpose of this machinery. Can be disassembled for hastily scribbled notes. You can only have one identified prototype in your possession at a time. Okay, so I think they give you these as long as you have one of these in your thing. So you don't just lose out the chance on getting more prototypes. You just get these items, and whenever you use up this item, either by disassembling it or by using up the actual item, you can right click this to get another prototype. Okay, I take back what I said. You can safely probably craft all of those. All right, let's see. I think the only way we learn how to disassemble inventions is through that, but let's do realistically. We figure out what the source of scrap is, and then we scour through a bunch of it. Probably, I'm not sure how early on we learn invent, but let's try inventing now. And this also uses pile of rusted scrap. Let's craft one of these. It looks like it doesn't account for any crafting stats, so they may not make a difference on your invention, which is kind of nice and kind of makes sense, right? Presumably this is one of the first things you want to do. Okay, so we learned disassemble invention. I wonder if everyone learns that first. That may be how it's set up, which sort of makes sense. And like I said, we get, right now for a first craft bonus, we only get 1 artisan's acuity. In Dragonflight, I think it was closer to 5. Hopefully that's just for the beta, and on live we do still get 5 artisan's acuity because we don't have a lot of sources yet for all of that. And we also get the knowledge points for here, which once we get to 25 skill, we can start spending our talent points. All right, let's actually go ahead and disassemble this prototype. It looks like we can also just disassemble this item directly, but let's disassemble the prototype we have and see what other sort of prototypes we can get. All right, so we got hastily scrawled notes and we got more rusted scrap, and it looks like we need 15 of these hastily scrapped notes. We got 6 from disassembling that item. Let's see what happens if we disassemble an unrecognizable prototype directly. It looks like we get the same Same similar sort of loot. We get some of these hastily scrawled notes, and we need 15 of them. Hey, Ella Sharper, welcome to the stream. Or Ella Harper, I guess it is. How's it going? We're just on the War Within beta, looking through engineering and seeing sort of how it levels up and sort of what the different mechanics are. I'm good. I'm good. We actually started off the stream trying to level to try and do a speed run of characters from 10 to 70 on Mr. Pandaria Remix, and I didn't realize that the servers were going to go down. So I got those characters to level 17, and then the servers went down, and I had to interrupt my speed run. So instead, I thought we'd tinker around on the beta a bit with engineering. We looked through the Paladin Hero Talents, and now we're just looking through engineering and sort of how it's playing and how it's working. And we went over where I think the biggest opportunities to make gold are, especially early on in the expansion. And now we're sort of just going through what the leveling path may look like. How about yourself? How's your day going? Are you playing Dragonflight? Are you playing Remix? Are you tinkering around on the beta at all? I'm not sure. I think they're doing some sort of a maintenance. I'm guessing it has something to do with maintenance. It doesn't really say on the launcher. It just says that it's performing a scheduled maintenance, which is weird because I play US servers, and so I don't know. My hope is that. Well, I was gonna say I was hoping that means that tomorrow's maintenance is canceled, because usually for US servers the maintenance is on Tuesdays. So I'm hoping that whatever they do on Tuesdays they're doing today as well, and tomorrow we can just skip maintenance. Because of the fact that I don't live in US time zones, even though I play on US servers, it always ends up being around like 7 p.m. local time for me, which is really annoying because that's generally when I want to play, right? Okay, I haven't played Black Desert. It's always been on my list, and I keep seeing it pop up in like the Twitch rewards, or like the Prime rewards. So I've claimed a bunch of rewards. I think if I ever start playing Black Desert, I'll probably start the game with a bunch of cosmetics and stuff. But how do you like Black Desert? Do you play WoW at all, or do you just play Black Desert and you're checking out how the new beta is looking? And okay, so it looks like this does have a 24-hour cooldown on the event thing. Of course, we are on the beta realm, so we can use this item to reset the cooldown on this because we're on the beta realms. But I want to tinker around with some of these other things as well. It looks like the handful of bismuth bolts very quickly don't give us any skill points, so those aren't going to be super useful for leveling. Presumably these should be pretty cheap with just 4 bismuth needed for whimsical wiring and gyrating gear, depending on everything else. I think this would probably still be the cheapest way to level. Of course, on live servers, we're going to want to craft one of everything, at least one of each thing that we learn for the artisan's acuity and for the knowledge points. So you left playing games? Oh, so like you're not playing games anymore? Are you playing WoW at all though? Like, is any of what I'm saying interesting to you? I do it for both, to be honest. I've been playing World of Warcraft for 19 years, and so I would often find myself just like talking to myself, and I was like, hey, maybe someone wants to actually watch or like find out what I'm doing. I've made like I'm sitting on like 30 million gold in retail in like the main version of the game, which is a decent bit. It's not a huge amount, but it's a pretty decent bit. So I figured people may be interested in seeing how I do that and how I managed to make as much gold as I did, and so yeah, I started off just doing it for the fun of it, and then started getting followers and stuff, and so I bought a nicer camera, and now I'm doing it more often, trying to stick to a bit of a schedule and see if people are interested in what I have to say, and yeah, I've started creating some videos and stuff. Yeah, 19 years is quite a bit. But that just speaks to how much fun World of Warcraft is, and the fact that Dragonflight and the War Within, and that right now is probably the most fun I've had in World of Warcraft in a long, long while. Yeah. I haven't played for 19 years straight. Of course, I would come back for every expansion more or less, play for a bit, and then eventually it would just get too boring and too grindy, and I would stop playing for a bit, and I would either play something else, or I would just take a break from gaming in general. But I always like World of Warcraft is a game that I always come back to, and especially in the past couple of years, Dragonflight has just been super, super fun. Shadowlands was amazing for gold making. I think I made like 10 or 20 million gold, or about 10 million gold during the entirety of Shadowlands. But it was super boring and super grindy, and everything just felt miserable. Um, so, so yeah. What's the offer? Hit me with it. Let's. All right, let's scour through scrap. We learned. Is this was the original one we learned as well? I don't know why it's epic. I don't know if that changes as we level up or anything, or if it's just telling us that there's the potential for it to give us something epic. So it looks like we're continuing to learn things from scouring through scrap. I don't know why it's still showing that we have a first craft bonus here. Presumably there's other items that we can scrap that we would get first craft bonuses for. I think that's what it's trying to say, is that when we scrap other things, um, when we find like when we scrap other things, we can probably get a first craft bonus for those. Ooh, okay. Professional graphic designer. Sounds amazing. Um, no, so I know probably looking at my stream and my overlay, it looks terrible, and so I probably do need to upgrade this at some point. But honestly, I don't like I'm not at the point where I'm like making any money out of this or like have enough followers to justify spending too much more on this, to be honest. I'm already paying for like 2 WoW subscriptions and um yeah, so thank you so much for the offer, and if anything changes, I will definitely let you know. Um, but thank you for checking out the stream. I really do appreciate it. All right, entropy enhancer. So we have we have we have all the mats to do that. Let's craft one of these for the first craft bonus. I want to get a sense of how feasible it is for us to get to, let's say, 25 skill points. Actually, let's hit up the trainer because we did unlock some more some more recipes here. So it looks like we got the bismuth fueled Samoflange. We want to craft one of those because I think that's our initial profession equipment. Yeah, we need that for engineering. We haven't unlocked optional reagents for it, so we are going to be a bit dependent on RNG. I don't know if we'll have enough artisan acuity to like if we'll get enough the first week to actually be able to craft this. Do I need to I think I need to manually buy this. I don't think I have buy them all enabled, which is a great add-on if you guys don't use it, by the way. All right. I think we are going to craft one of these just because I want to see. We are relying on RNG. We'll use a bit of concentration because we probably would want to do that on live servers as well. And we are a little bit reliant on RNG to make sure that we get the right item, and we got the worst possible item we can, which is a crafting speed item. Crafting speed is the only stat that we don't want, actually. I mean, it's not completely useless, but it's pretty close. So ideally, we would have rolled resourcefulness. I think the early game, that's going to be the most useful. But we would have settled for, well, resourcefulness or multicraft would have been great as well. Multicraft would have been the best. Second would have been resourcefulness, and then probably, what do you call it? Ingenuity is probably in third place, with crafting speed being the worst. I don't think we've unlocked recrafting yet, unless I'm missing it here. Nope, I don't see it on here. Well, since we are on beta and we have unlimited artisan security, we are just going to craft another one and see if we can roll something better. Although actually, you know what? Wow, we we crafted at rank 4 also with crafting speed. So you know what? Maybe it's better for us to just see what the worst case scenario is and see how far we can level with that. But let's say you craft one of those. What else do we have first craft bonuses for? We have first craft bonuses for this. Rock Collector. Are they selling the crushed gemstones that we need? They are. I don't think I have like the... Can I not buy multiple at a time? Let's just buy a bunch of this and let's craft one of these for the first craft bonus. What was the other item we learned how to craft from the trainer? Pilfer through parts. Pilfer through 5 spare parts. Ah, okay, so this is interesting, in search of usable scrap. So, probably what we're going to want to do at some point is start crafting or buying bismuth bolts at a low enough price, because presumably we can scrap these, right? Let's craft these. Can we pilfer through bismuth bolts? We can, and we only need 5 of them. So, I don't think this is going to be green. I don't think this is going to give any skill points. But presumably this is another way we can find pilfer. So until we learn this, once we learn this, we can basically then just find ourselves scrap through the auction house. But until then, we are going to have to figure out, hopefully they fix the actual leveling path. I think it's just a beta bug. I think they probably just haven't figured out how you get your first couple of skill points in engineering until the point that you learn pilfer through parts or invent or any of these other things that allow you to actually progress. Because it would be super broken if you can't just start off engineering with like crafting things. You need to like learn engineering and then go out into the world to like harvest a bunch of mats. Wouldn't be super fun, and I don't say that just because I like camping at the auction house and doing things that way. But that may be part of it. If I'm being honest. Let's see roughly how much scrap we get. It looks like basically for 5 bismuth bolts you get about 1 pile of rusted scraps. Interestingly, there's no quality level on the pile of rusted scraps, so that's kind of handy. Resourcefulness can proc on this, which is also handy. It won't let me pilfer all for some reason. Presumably that is also a bug, but it looks like fairly reliably we're getting 1 pile of rusted scrap from each 5 bismuth bolts. So there is going to be an easy way to sort of convert to calculate the price of pilfer through of what do you call it, of your scrap, and probably in a couple days in we should be able to start just doing all of our acquiring all of our scrap from the auction house. All right, the other thing we wanted to do was we wanted to see what this unrecognizable prototype gives us when we right click. We got that button thing. Prototype: deploy a dangerous barrel of fireworks for 5 minutes that you and your friends can violently illuminate the night sky. Okay, so it seems like you get a mass res, you can get this you can unlock this firework thing. So it seems like some of them do offer sort of quality of life benefits. Why can't I disassemble this? Prototype. It is a prototype, so it's just not tagged properly. All right, let's disassemble the remaining prototype, I guess. And now we have enough hastily scrawled notes that we can combine them into something comprehensible, and I think that's the item that will allow us to choose our recipes. Study our notes to choose an engineering schematic to learn. Ah, okay. Bismuth Fisher Friend or Bismuth Fish... Wow, it's a wide choice there. Do we pick the Bismuth Fisher Friend? I think we should pick the Bismuth Fisher Friend. So this should be useful for... I think this isn't probably not ideally what you want to get, but there are going to be people who rush fishing, and so will want to buy those either off of crafting orders. And I think probably if you advertise, you can probably get quite a few crafting orders, and also use that to level up your skill. The other reason crafting orders are super powerful early on is that it is super costly to level up engineering, right, or whatever trade skill you're doing. So the more things you can get crafted, like the more orders you can get through crafting orders, the more other people are subsidizing your leveling. So you definitely want to be advertising in trade chat as well while you're doing that. Let's see if there's any others that we have unlocked. Doesn't look like it. Let's see if there's anything else at the trainer. I'm trying to see realistically. I think 25 is the last training recipe we have here anyway. I don't think engineering is fully fleshed out yet. I think probably there's probably still some work that's going to be done here, but let's say hypothetically we would come here, and I don't know whether this will be cheaper or this. Presumably this one uses less mats, so maybe this is more scalable, and we have a better chance of crafting these earlier on. Okay, we unlocked recraft equipment, so at this point we can actually recraft our crafting speed tool and hope that we get a better stat combo. And it uses 5 artisans acuity as well. So here as well, we may want to pay someone else to recraft this for us. What did we recraft it into? Did it recraft into crafting speed? Jeez. Or is it some weird thing where this can only craft as crafting speed? Is it just guaranteed to have crafting? No, it is a random stat. We're just getting really unlucky with the RNG. Or being beta, they haven't enabled it to proc anything else. I'm just gonna recraft this a couple times and see. It doesn't look like we get skill points, knowledge points for recrafting, nor do we get any skill. Despite the fact that the item like crafting it brand new gives us skill, right? That was definitely one way that people were sort of getting skill in a profession early on in Dragonflight, was recrafting the same gear. Because it would give you skill points, and not the full 3 points that you would get for crafting something new, but you would still get skill points. So it looks like they have changed that, but maybe with gear you do get more skill points. All right, let's craft 5 of these just so we hit 25 and we see what our path forward is there. But ideally it seems like if we're able to find an easy way to get scrap, we want to get our engineers over to Dornagal as soon as possible so that we can start doing this invent cooldown on them as soon as possible. So probably something we want to do day one is take our engineers for sure out there so that we can start doing that research. All right, we learned all of this gear. This, like I said, I think will do really well in the auction house. Let's do this for the first craft bonus because it doesn't require engineering, and I think as you start to see more and more people, probably not the first day or two, but as more and more people hit level 80, hunters are definitely going to want to pick up one of these, right? 551 right off the jump, and they can choose their stats. These will probably sell for a pretty penny. Let's craft each of these acolytes goggles as well. Where do we get that last mat from? We need decorative lenses. I don't know why Blizzard didn't give them to us in the bag. Decorative lens. Presumably all of the engineering items were here at the start. I don't see decorative lens. I hope they haven't forgotten to include it so that we can't test it out. And I don't have an add-on that allows me to search a vendor for it either. I wonder if our trainer here has it in his goods. Doesn't look like it. Let's see general goods maybe, or optional goods wouldn't have it, I don't think. Let's pick up this so we can max out our talent tree as well. I do not see it anywhere. Let me know in chat if I'm missing it and I've scrolled past it or anything like that. Blizzard may have just forgotten to add it to either of these vendors and forgotten the fact that we can't go into the new zones to gather it ourselves. All right, so we may not be able to craft these items at all. Let's check our general goods. I don't think it would be in the general goods because in Dragonflight at least the equivalent lens item was only really used by engineering, unless I'm forgetting something. But I don't remember using them on any other character. All right, let's auto loot this. We didn't get any decorative lenses. Optional goods. I don't think we're getting any out of this either. No, because we got everything that we would have gotten out of that, and we did not loot any of those. So it looks like the main option we have is basically just scouring a whole bunch, disassembling inventions, and then learning more recipes that way. Which is easily enough done once you unlock Pilfer through parts. And hopefully this is one of the first things you learn. But if you don't, you're kind of a bit out of luck because you don't really have any scrap to salvage or to scour through in order to get to learn these other recipes, right? Or to get prototypes that you can then scrap. And I wonder if there's a limit to how many prototypes you can get in a single day as well, because it does seem like we've slowed down. I feel like we were getting more prototypes earlier on, but that may just be RNG and we may be just bit unlucky. All right, I'm gonna leave this to scour for a couple of seconds. I'm gonna be right back. All right, sorry about that, gang. We are back. All right, let's see what we scrapped. And our mic is on, which is important because earlier we were streaming for like half an hour with the mic muted because I didn't realize that I hadn't unmuted when I came back from a break. So, all right, we have 18 of these unusable prototypes. This isn't really, we're getting outside of the realm of realisticness for week one. I think week one, the biggest takeaway is that we want to get our characters to the point that they can they can unlock this invent cooldown as soon as possible for all of our engineers. All right, let's disassemble some inventions and let's see what we get. I think it's fairly, seems to be pretty similar what we get from all of these. Do we have auto loot switched on? Is that why it's not letting us? No, we don't. That's why it's not letting us craft in bulk. Let's see if I hit create all with auto loot on, does it automatically queue up the next one, or do we need to? I think we do need to manually create all of these, but realistically, it looks like we're getting the same thing every time, so it's probably not going to benefit us a whole bunch to manually bother doing these. How do I reset this? All right, now let's combine these hastily scrawled notes. I think we are just going to pick up some of the notes from the vendor now at this point. Okay, so finally now we have a choice, and we can choose between Bottled Brilliance and I wonder if closing out of that, I can't have both interfaces open at once. Tinker, Lightning Tether, or Bottled Brilliance. Presumably we would want to come back here when we're doing this on live servers and figure out which one is selling for more, right? This does sell. This is, we can sell this on the auction house, but increases this chance to gain a skill point by 38%. Honestly, I don't think this would be the one we choose. I think we would probably almost always want to pick a Tinker, just because I don't think that's going to sell nearly as well. I think the Tinker probably has a higher chance of selling better for us, so we would probably want to go with the Tinker. Now, depending on what we're doing, we may want to pick one or the other based off of what's going to give us engineering skill as well. So it looks like we picked one, but it's not like registering it. I wonder if we bugged it out by exiting the window, or does it just not want to? Has it just decided by default that we have to take the Bottled Brilliance? Yeah, okay, so it bugged out and it's requiring us to take Bottled Brilliance. I wonder if that has something to do with the skill level that we're at versus what we need to be at. All right, let's pick up a bunch of these. Let's buy like, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them. Yeah, I think key takeaway is that Potion of Bomb of Speed. Oh yeah, these are the new things that they've added, or Defective Escape Pod. This is a toy that shelters you from the chaos caused by overly excitable allies. Did we look through all of these? I feel like we didn't see these. Defective Escape Pod, yeah. So this is a crafted toy. We didn't look at these potion bombs, actually. These are very interesting because these are crafted items that are basically a potion that will be especially useful, I think, in Mythic Plus, but also probably in Raids, where you can splash them on to 5 allies to give either bonus primary stat, and damage people. You can use it for heal, so you can use it for speed. These are pretty interesting, and I think these should also sell pretty well. It doesn't look like they share a cooldown with potions, or at least it doesn't mention it here. So it should be interesting to see how well these sell. It looks like we do use other potions to craft them, so definitely some synergy there between alchemists and engineers. Let's see if this item's bugged out again. Oh, yep. Let's do the Potion of Speed. Presumably that would be the better choice, because I think you'll sell more of these potions probably in week 1 than you'll be able to sell toys, right? These are going to be faster moving goods, which is what we want ideally. All right, and it looks like that does give us skill points, and we get the first craft bonus for that. So I mean, I think it's probably, this is just the same sort of loop, and then we gradually do this to learn, you know, everything. And probably we can, if we're able to get like the bolts cheap enough and generate our own scrap, we can probably get most of these recipes. Like, this is a problem that we can throw gold at to unlock a whole bunch of these, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's going to work that way on actual retail, where we can just sort of, you know, craft super cheap or buy super cheap bolts, pilfer through them to generate scrap, salvage the scrap to get inventions, and then disassemble the inventions to get these to get those recipe note things that we then combine to get this recipe, and then pick one of the two things. Presumably, if we can, if that's how it works on retail, engineering can just be the type of thing that you just like buy your way through, and that's of course very interesting for a goblin like me who has gold to throw at a problem like this. Like that is probably going to be something I am willing to do. Um, that said, I want to see which of these come from that invent cooldown as well. Let's use the beta item that we have somewhere in our bags that allows us to reset the cooldown. This one. Because I want to see what else we can learn from invent. I think it does tell us actually which ones we get from invent and which ones we get from the notes. And I think it's probably a bit self-explanatory as well which ones we would get from where. Oh, what did that teach? Well, that didn't teach us anything. That just gave us a prototype. So I suppose it just gives you a prototype. It doesn't necessarily actually teach you something. It's just a cooldown to get a prototype. But you can sort of... Well, so then maybe the invent thing isn't as relevant. Because we are getting prototypes from scrapping this as well. I wonder if in 5 of these... So the invent itself doesn't actually teach you anything in and of itself. I thought this cooldown was like guaranteed. I guess it just guarantees you that you get one of these unrecognizable prototypes, which is interesting in and of itself. Let's put down one of these. Up. Looks like it exploded. Did that give us any scrap? I love that my character gets blown up, and my first thought is, well, did I get scrap out of it? Well, we got scorched junk, which is bind on pickup. Okay, we can open it for pile of rusted scrap. So it seems like scrap is sort of like the main currency for engineering, or at least that's what it's going to look like. So maybe then actually this cooldown isn't as valuable because probably day one it's probably going to be pretty hard to get on scrap. It really depends how we get this scrap to begin with. If there is an easy way to grab 25 scrap and unlock this cooldown on our engineers, then that's what we're going to do. But if not, it's not like, it doesn't seem like there's anything super relevant that that's going to come purely from invent. I think it's just, it guarantees you an invention, so you don't have to spend as much time scouting through scrap. Hey, welcome to the stream. Hey, not Christine. Welcome to the stream. Yep, World of Warcraft is I think it's fair to say my favorite game. I've been playing for 19 years at this point, which is pretty crazy. I literally joined when the Encourage patch dropped, and so yeah, it's been almost 18, 19 years at this point, which is pretty crazy to think about. But yeah, it's the only game that I keep coming back to, and honestly, this may be one of the longest periods that I've consistently played it, though, because Dragonflight has just been an absolute blast. Mists of Pandaria remix has been super fun, and now the War Within beta is seeming really, really promising. I'm definitely getting really excited from everything that I'm testing out here. So today right now we're just going through engineering on the War Within beta and seeing what the different things we can unlock are and stuff like that. We haven't been to the talent tree just yet. I don't think I'm going to go as in depth on stream as I did for tailoring. We'll probably just take a quick look at the overall talent trees, and then I may do a shorter video or something later on down the line. Also, because we have now been streaming for almost 4 hours, so I probably need to go grab something to eat as well. But okay, so it seems like the loop is pretty simple. I don't think the cooldown itself gives you any actual, anything that magical. I think if you're able to generate enough scrap, and hopefully we're able to figure out on the leveling servers how engineers get scrap, we can then just use that to get our inventions. Not Christine, do you play World of Warcraft? If so, are you playing retail? Are you playing remix? Are you playing classic? Let me know in chat. All right, so I think we got a bunch of. I don't know why we're scrapping anymore actually, because we already have these hastily drawn notes. Like we have the hastily drawn scrawled notes, and we have enough comprehensively organized ideas that we picked up from the vendor. All right, so I mean, we could literally just like craft a whole bunch of these guns and max out our skill points here. Okay, so I think I think how we get recipes has become pretty clear. Looks like the epics we're gonna get through having a higher skill level. So probably at a certain point, what we're gonna want to do is just actually start crafting things. This, if we can learn this plan early on enough, would be a good call because I think most hunters, at the very least, are going to want to buy this the second they hit level 80, if they can afford to, because I level 551 gear seems pretty competitive, considering these are demo characters and we got 571. So these would be pretty powerful for leveling. I don't know what point they give us 2 skill points until. That said, like I said, I'm not going to bother maxing everything out on stream today. I think probably what we can do is just quickly go through the different talent trees that engineering offers to get an estimate of roughly how many engineers we may want to roll. So this, of course, gets unlocked at skill level 25. Engineered equipment is the first one. Create marvels of augury engineering to be utilized in both combat and trade skills alike. So this, I think, should be a pretty fair, like it seems pretty straightforward. This is going to be for gear and for profession equipment, which could be interesting. I definitely probably will roll this on at least one of my alts, so that I can craft the profession equipment for my other characters and hopefully use up the artisan's acuity on that alt instead. Probably not what I take on my main engineer, in all honesty. Gain significant skill bonuses when crafting equipment of all types. Unlock new combat and profession equipment recipes. Learn how to enhance your equipment crafts with embellishments, missives, and cogwheels. Yeah, so it's fairly self-explanatory. The main one is going to give us skill points in basically crafting all gear. And then resourcefulness, we get a sub-specialization skill, resourcefulness, that sort of thing. Right, at the end of this, we learn how to create the, I'm guessing this is the blue, this is probably the Alcarite fueled Camouflage is the blue version of this tool, right? Because we learned this one off the trainer. And so this is going to be something that's going to be in demand for engineers. This is, we may take an alt, depending on how much artisans how many knowledge points we can get the first week. We may just try and push through to get this unlocked on that character so that we can craft it for our main engineer. Calibrated Chaos, I'm guessing this is for guns and bracers. So yeah, fairly straightforward. Learn a subspecialization, resourcefulness, skill, exactly what we expect. Guns, missives, embellishments, fairly similar to how it worked in Dragonflight. I'm not going to spend too much time here. And then this is so this is guns, this is bracers. On this side we have Inventor's necessities. I'm guessing, I would hope that this is more profession equipment, but I guess goggles also get lumped in here as well. Skill, resourcefulness, you unlock one that you pick as your main. Focal point, you can now learn advanced profession equipment recipes from studying scribbled notes. Okay, so I'm guessing these from studying scribbled notes. So does that mean if we take this, can we start unlocking recipes by just converting these scribbled notes into this? Or is this a separate skill that we unlock that gives us more of those recipes, more of these profession equipment recipes? Because it looks like that's what we're doing here. Engineered equipment, 40 engineered equipment. Okay, yeah, that we unlock from here. Now let's not look at that. That's a bad example. Comprehensively organized ideas. Okay, so I think it just means that basically from this comprehensively organized ideas, we can start getting the blue equipment for other professions, which again could be very useful. Whenever you craft profession equipment for other professions, you may impulsively remove a few unnecessary parts in the form of scrap. None will be the wiser. Okay, so that gives you more scrap when you're crafting those, and you can use missives to pick stats on those. Definitely big if you're planning on doing a lot of crafting orders, right? Comprehensively, you can design, learn the goggles. I think this is the exact same thing, just for goggles. So interesting. I think we'll definitely want an alt that has this as their main focal tree, but I don't think our main's gonna be taking this. Let's quickly move on to the second tree, which is devices. Specialize in the complexities of your own devices to use them with minimal risk to your own well-being and maximize risk to the well-being of your foes. Become increasingly confident handling your own devices to reduce their chance of catastrophic outcomes. Improve your ability to efficiently craft tinkers, explosives, and other devices. Master an undisclosed technique to retain explosives despite their obvious explosions. Okay, so this looks like it's more consumables, and this may be kind of interesting for our main engineer. You now often recover scrap when using your devices. Okay, that's quite interesting, because presumably when we use our tinkers and when we use bombs and things like that, this may be one of the better ways for us to start gathering scrap, which is how we're going to learn all of our recipes and get first craft bonuses and knowledge points and skill, etc. I'm guessing investing in this just gives you more skill. We learn a subspec, resourcefulness, skill. Multi-craft is always nice to have. Final resourcefulness, skill. All right, explosives. Using explosives has a chance to grant scrap. Gain 8 skills, multi-craft. Suspicious technique, you have a chance to not consume a potion bomb when throwing them. That's interesting. Multi-craft, skill, Boxo booms, which creates a full box of explosives. So it looks like they've instead of having a separate like explosive talent spec, which is what they did in Dragonflight, and is the last tree that I'm filling out right now on my engineer, because of how little I care about it. They've just looped it into this devices tab. Tinkers has a chance to grant scrap. We would need to go 10 points in here just to unlock this. So when they say when using your devices you recover scrap, I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean we need to, because we need to go here, we need to unlock this in order to get scrap from tinkers? Success chances increased by 3%. Success chance by 7. Your level of caution is now equivalent to the benefits provided by recalibrated safety switch components and no longer need to depend on it for optimal success chance. Okay, so basically you get recalibrated safety switch built in. Could be interesting. I don't know if we take this onto our main character. Hey Paradox, welcome to the stream. How's it going? How's your day going? Yeah, I agree with you. The way they're looking at it in the War Within definitely seems to be that if you max out all of your talent tree, if you max out the talent trees, you will by the end everyone will be able to fully max out their talent tree, of course, as it was in Dragonflight as well. But you will be able to guarantee everything, so it just makes it that much more important that you pick the right things while you're leveling up the professions and unlocking things on a weekly basis. And that's sort of what I'm trying to figure out here is what paths sort of make the most sense. I'm loving the War Within so far. I really like a lot of the changes that they're making. I haven't really played too much on the leveling server. I've mainly just been tinkering around with the professions on the It Goes to 11 or whatever it's called server, where you create a level 80 character and then just have access to all of the mats and professions and stuff like that. I mainly play this game to make gold. Like, that's the thing I enjoy doing the most. So this is super exciting for me, even if it may seem a little boring to others. Hopefully I'm not boring you guys too much with all of this. Paradox, are you playing WoW? You say if you play WoW you never want to play any other game anymore. That is so true. I've been playing this game on and off for 19 years, and I come back. It's the only game I come back to reliably, right? But it definitely does end up taking up all of your gaming time, and sometimes time you don't have dedicated to gaming also gets taken up with it. Let's be honest here. All right, so the final tree for engineering is inventing. Specialize in the sciences of destructive construction to improve your ability to invent new gadgets and your technique with engineering generally. Yeah, so you're saying that you've been learning about the beta via Twitch, and yeah, it definitely seems to be Blizz, I honestly think the reason that the War Within is seeming so appealing is because they've finally done what they should have done all along, which is focusing more on casual players and giving them more of an opportunity to be able to make meaningful progress. I mean, simple things like adding the Great Vault socket, the Great Vault row for world quests and for delves and stuff like that. That's amazing, right? Like this is something I'm actually going to try and do. I consider myself a hardcore casual in that I play a lot of WoW, but I don't do like raids or PvP or a lot of competitive PvE. You know, so I like the Great Vault is very rare. Like maybe when a new LFR comes out, I'll do a couple of bosses and then have to like learn how the system works. But I would love to be able to participate in the Great Vault system on a weekly basis, and finally in the War Within, they're actually paying some attention to casual players. And same thing goes for delves as well. They sound super fun. I think they probably learned a lot of good lessons from Torghast in Shadowlands, and yeah, I'm excited for that as well. Ooh, okay. Wrath of the Lich King 3.3.5. That was definitely a fun version of the game. If you're tempted to get back into World of Warcraft, though, I would say honestly, right now while the Mists of Pandaria remix event is going on, you can actually have a whole bunch of fun with a completely free to play account, because the way the scaling works is kind of broken, and level 20 characters, which is the level cap for free to play accounts, are actually way more powerful than even level 70 characters, and you can just blast through dungeons. Actually, earlier on the stream, I was literally using a free to play account to power level one of my characters on my main account because of how powerful a free to play account is right now. So if you're thinking of getting back into WoW, now would honestly be a great time to do so. The Mists of Pandaria event is on for I think another 55 days or something like that. Yeah. Oh, fair enough. The cool thing about Mists of Pandaria Remix though is that it's by far the fastest way to level a character to 70. Um, Basically earlier on the stream, the original plan for this stream was that I was going to speed run two characters from level 10 to 70 and try and see if I could beat my previous not quite record time, but the previous quickest I had done it was in 3.5 hours. I got two characters from 10 to 70, and I was going to try and see if we could beat that time and bring it down to like 2 hours, because there are people out there who have claimed that they can that they've gone 10 to 70 in 2 hours. Which is amazing for alts. Alts are going to be super powerful, especially with warbands. I think you said you're super excited for that as well. I'm living for that. I play so many alts that having things that are like not having to grind rep on each of them and stuff is is uh, is 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 definitely going to be super nice. And having like shared inventory and stuff as well. So I'm originally I'm originally from India, to be honest. But I don't live there. I've actually never lived there for any meaningful period of time. I grew up sort of all over the place. Um, yeah. How about yourself? If you're curious, though, I do play on US World of Warcraft servers. I don't know why. I don't live in a US. Well, I know why. The reason is because the reason is when I first started playing WoW, all my friends were playing on US servers, and so um, and so yeah, I started playing off on US servers, and that's where I have all of my like achievements and mounts and characters and everything, and I can't be bought. Like I have a Europe account that like I have a European account that I played for a while when I actually lived in Europe. But I don't have as many mounts and things unlocked, and so I can't be bothered to grind out all those, especially the things that are like not available in the game anymore. So my family's originally from Bombay. How about yourself? Where are you from? So um, Middle East would generally play on the EU servers because I think the pings are lowest there. And my understanding is that there's a lot of Saudi players and like Emirati players that play on the EU servers. Um, Yeah, I've seen a lot of like Arabic content for World of Warcraft, especially in Saudi. Um, all right, lastly, let's just quickly look at the inventing tree here. So specialize in sciences of destructive construction uh, to improve your ability to invent new gadgets and your technique with engineering generally. Gain significant improvements to skill towards all engineering crafts. Elevate your ability to invent new gadgets and learn from your mistakes. Become scrappy with your scrap for efficiency gains. Yeah, I think I'm one of the last few who call it Bombay and not Mumbai. I just grew up hearing it called Bombay, so I still call it that. Ooh, okay, Uzbekistan. I haven't been to Uzbekistan, but it's definitely high on my list of places to visit. Um, I usually don't like to mention on stream where I live just because. But funnily enough, you said you live in the UAE, and so do I. I won't get more specific than that just because there's some weird people on the internet. But I'm also in the UAE, which is why it's really annoying that the US servers generally go down for like maintenance around like 7 p.m. UAE time, which is not great because that's usually when I want to play the game. Um, so if you're from Uzbekistan, how come you speak Hindi or like Urdu? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Gain significant improvements to skill towards all engineering crafts. Elevate your ability to invent new gadgets and learn from your mistakes. Become scrappy with your scrap for efficiency gains. Okay, so this is sounding like this is the main tree that we're probably want to that we're probably going to want to put our main character through. The first point itself that we spend, you have a third schematic choice, which is going to be huge from the carefully organized ideas. And this gives us skill towards all engineering crafts. Yes, I think this just makes us an overall better engineer. And each profession seems to have a tree like this, where you just sort of get better at engineering as a whole. And I think that is probably going to be the main thing that you're going to want to put to it. You may acquire hastily scribbled notes, scrap, and spare parts to put to its other inventions. Whenever you invent. Hmm. Okay, so I think it just makes inventing actually more rewarding, which is kind of interesting. Ah, okay, lovely. Happy to hear it. Have you visited India? Ingenious. Gain +1 ingenuity toward all engineering crafts per point in the specialization. Okay, so this is just the ingenuity tree. Fairly straightforward. Scrapper is resourcefulness. You may now sometimes find lost engineering toys from Dragon Isles when you scour through scrap. That's kind of interesting. I like that they're giving you a way to get the old things back. Maximum scrap yield from all sources is increased by 1. Okay, so this seems to be the main outcome from this. So basically to get knowledge. So the talent points come from, of course, we're on the beta, so there's just an item that gives it to you. But basically, you get knowledge points from a couple of different sources. The first one is a lot of most crafts. The first time you craft them, you get something called a first craft bonus. So you'll get 1 knowledge point, and you'll get some artisan's acuity, which is like a limiting reagent that you use to craft certain items. But basically, each of those will give you 1 skill point that you can put towards these talent trees. The other sources, the way it worked in Dragonflight was there were weekly quests that you would do. In Dragonflight, we also had this like dirt farming mechanism where basically you could get 2 bonus knowledge points from digging different dirt items. There were certain mobs for each trade skill that would drop items that would give you knowledge points per week. And the other sources were like there were treasures out in the world. There were trainers that you could go to once per character that would give you some knowledge points, and there were also you would also get them from reputation. So you would get like 5 or 10 for maxing out your reputation. With the warbands, my hope is that if I unlock that for one of my characters, I can unlock those for all the other professions, like for all my other characters as well, and get the profession skill bonuses there. Um, but yeah, the only thing that sucks, like the talent trees for professions are really really cool. The only thing that sucks is that there's no way to undo it. So like in Dragonflight, of course we didn't have a beta, and we didn't really have a great understanding of how exactly this whole system was going to work. And so like for engineering or for enchanting on my main character, I put a bunch of points into like the disenchanting tree, which turned out to be completely useless. And so it took me like 2 or 3 weeks until I was able to catch back up, and by that time a lot of gold had gone off as well. Yeah, sure. So I would honestly, it changes for each profession. The Dragonflight items, I would honestly recommend head over to Wowhead, and they have guides for each of the professions. Um, uh, let's let me see if I can't share that link with you. Um, yeah, so the knowledge treasures, they should have guides. So yeah, as it mentions here, for let me share this link with you in the chat. Um, and this summarizes all the different knowledge point sources in Dragonflight. These the hidden profession masters that I mentioned here will give you 10 knowledge points. So this you definitely want to hit up. Some of them do require you to have a certain amount of skill. I think you need to have a minimum of 25 skill is what it says here. And then when you scroll down further, it'll show you here. If you click on this knowledge treasures and Dragonflight link, it'll have separate pages for like it has separate sections for each profession, including the what do you call it, the TomTom coordinates. And this is fully updated to the latest patch as well. So in the base game, like in base Dragonflight, you only had these ones available. When they added Zaralak Cavern, there were 3 more, and then 3 more in the Emerald Dream. And picking up all these should get you up and going pretty quick. I may actually take some of my alts through that as well. Well, so we don't know yet. Professions in the War Within beta so far are pretty undercooked. Engineering as well. Like there's no actual way to even start leveling up engineering right now. Um, so that's why I'm just trying to look. I think the talent trees most likely should stay pretty similar. I don't think they're going to change a whole bunch of stuff here. But in terms of knowledge points, I don't think they're going to have. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't really played the actual leveling thing. So there may be a new version of like the dirt farming. But I don't think they put in the weekly quests yet, because I have tried on some characters seeing if I could pick up any weekly quests. I don't think the weekly quests are in yet. Presumably there would still be some sort of weekly quest that we do to get knowledge points on a weekly basis. Presumably there would still be some treasures. I don't know if anyone's found them yet. And presumably there would again be a hidden master or that sort of a thing. And presumably there would also still be mobs that drop specific knowledge points for different classes. Sorry, an alert went off and I don't know what that alert was for. If that was a follow, thank you so much. It looks like it might have been a follow, so thank you so much for following. I need to get a better overlay that actually tells me what's going on, because I just hear my alert pop and I'm not 100% certain what exactly happened. But thank you to whoever followed. I'm extremely happy to see that this stream alone we've gone. Oh, thank you so much, Paradox. Really appreciate that. All right, so um, yeah, basically, I would assume that the knowledge points system will work fairly similar. They have mentioned that there's going to be a catch-up mechanism. I remember seeing that somewhere. I don't know if that's officially confirmed, but I do remember them saying somewhere that there would be a catch-up mechanism. Dragonflight was a little bit brutal in that if you didn't start week 1, there wasn't really a catch-up mechanism, so you were sort of just a week behind. But for the War Within, they have mentioned that they are going to have some sort of catch-up system, which I think should be kind of nice, because there would be times when I was, just too busy with like real life or whatever to complete all of my like knowledge points thing for a given profession in a given week, and it would sort of sting a bit to not be able to make that up. Hopefully in the War Within they should kind of fix that, and so it's not as brutal for alts, or if you decide to change mains, or if you join the War Within later on in the game, right? It shouldn't be a system where it's impossible to catch up. So hopefully there's some good changes coming there. And given how much of a focus they have on casuals, it seems like it seems like it should be a lot less painful to catch up and things like that. Yeah, so the delves are kind of fun. We actually did one on stream the other day. And actually, if you go to my YouTube channel, if you go into my video on demands, you should be able to watch us trying to make our way through our first delve. They're pretty cool. Um, I really like the way that you like level characters. Like you have the like what do you call it? That you can you can choose to go in a group or not. You can like level you can level what do you call it? You can level characters through it. Here, let me pass you a link to the delve video that I did. Um, ba, 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 ba. Where is it? Here. There you go. All right. Yeah, so we did our first delve on that character just on the beta realms. Check that out if you get a chance, and I may edit that down because it's a little bit long. It's just a recording of the stream for the most part. Um, but yeah, I think delves should be pretty cool. I don't think we get, unfortunately, I don't think they've added any like recipes that you get from the delves, but I think it's really cool that the main reward that you're going to get from doing your delves is like the customizable mount. It's basically you're going to unlock like this flying plane thing, and you can oh, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube as well. Appreciate that. I'll check out your channel as well once I end the stream, which is going to be in a couple minutes here as well, actually. um, but yeah, so basically as you unlock your delve, you'll unlock different like customizations for it. So you'll get like wings on your like lanterns on your wings, and you'll get different exhausts and stuff like that by completing delves, which I think is pretty cool. um, all right, let's come back to this though. Let's finish off this talent tree because I do need to sign off pretty soon. I've been streaming for 4 hours straight, and my wife is going to be home any minute and probably not going to be too happy with me. All right, so when you pilfer through parts, you now have a chance to. Oh, thank you, Paradox96. All right, parts. So I think the most likely path that we're going to take for our main engineer is going to be to unlock this as soon as possible so that we can pick a third schematic and give us a little bit more choice there. After that, we may come down into parts. Honestly, early gold making parts are really good sellers for engineering because most people learn engineering and cannot be bothered to figure out how all of the systems work. And interestingly enough, when we unlock this, we have a chance to recover parts for the engineering mount that we craft. We were looking at this a little bit earlier on stream, but I'm just going to show you guys this mount again. This is the new engineering crafted mount, and it is super cool looking. It has skywriting built right in, and so this is going to be super popular. I have actually learned the mount on the beta server, and so we can just take it for a quick spin. But I think this is going to be really popular. I think a lot of people are going to want this mount. I think it's early on especially going to be a license to print gold. Yeah, it's just a really cool looking rocket thing that has some really cool animations as well. Let's test out the mount special as well, shall we? But getting parts for this, I think the parts should be pretty difficult to come by. There's some epic parts, there's quite a few blue parts, and it definitely requires a lot of mats. So if we can pilfer mats for this while we're doing our research, all the better, right? All right, and then we learn a sub-specialization. Multi-craft is huge for part making. Second sub-specialization, skill, sub-specialization, multi-craft. Crafting parts can now sometimes result in spare scrap. You never know when it might come in handy. This is also going to be huge, right? Because basically all we can do is craft a whole bunch of bolts for super cheap. The bismuth bolts here, and use that to not only farm scrap but also multi-craft, and usually that's profitable. I think literally crafting bolts is still profitable in Dragonflight, which is wild because we're so far into the expansion. I like that these trees are also only 10 points, so it definitely makes it worth it to start putting points into these. I think these are just the individual cogwheels, right? I don't think doesn't seem like there's much of a difference between these. Master the creation of cogwheel. By gaining +1 skill toward this particular part per point in the specialization, you learn how to craft the cogwheel at the start. You get more skill and resourcefulness as you go along. Fairly straightforward. And I guess we have 4, probably 1 for each crit, mastery, haste, and what am I missing? Versatility. So I think this is probably going to be the tree that I mainly focus on my main character. Yeah. And then I think, like I said, probably one of my alts is going to take this engineered equipment and probably go down this path to craft profession gear. And that's probably who I'm going to craft all of the profession gear for all of my other characters on, and sort of just use them for their artisan's acuity, so that my main characters can put that artisan's acuity towards learning recipes or towards other pieces of profession equipment that they will need. All right. That said, I'm probably gonna end the stream about here. We've been going for about 4 hours at this point, and it's getting kind of late where I live. So thank you so much to everyone who watched live, and thank you to everyone who dropped a follow or a subscribe on YouTube as well. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you everyone who chatted. I feel like today's stream had so many more chatters than usual, and I'm really, really happy to see that. So thank you to everyone who did that, and thank you to everyone who subscribed. I was literally talking earlier this stream that that I didn't think I would get to as many followers. Like, I didn't think I would get anywhere closer towards my goal, towards my Twitch follower goal, and here we are, a lot closer than we were at the start of the stream. So I really, really appreciate that. It makes me really, really happy, and yeah, thank you so much, everyone. If you guys have any questions, make sure to leave them in the comments of the YouTube video, and I'll be happy to cover them either on the next stream, or if it's an interesting enough topic, create a dedicated video or a short for it. That said, I have also set up like a TikTok account, and I've started posting some like quick tip shorts on there. It's for now similar content to what's on the YouTube shorts, so check out my YouTube channel as well. And there I'm just sort of posting quick like 30-second tips of different things that I figured out in the game that should help you, including some tips for remix. So thank you everyone again for all of the interactions. Thank you, Paradox. Yeah, we can definitely probably go grab some Karak sometime. I will check out your channel right after the stream as well. So have a good one, everyone. Have fun out there. And again, if you guys have any questions about anything, please leave a comment on my YouTube channel, and I'll be more than happy to get back to you as soon as I can. All right, take care, everyone. Stay safe. Have fun. Bye-bye.